Heartwarming welcome to the very first Nasdaq Green Designation Capital Markets Day. It is the 28th of September 2022 and it marks the time of action for companies to better display all their sustainability actions and efforts, and for the investors to more easily choose investments to make a better future for all of us. I'm very happy that Nasdaq has taken us to this point. Now we will get some words from Nasdaq and their partners in this. So I introduce you Nasdaq and ABG Sundal Collier.
So good afternoon. My name is Ulrika Rensted and I am co-head of Strategy and Business Development Nordic Listings at Nasdaq. Nasdaq is very proud to welcome you to this Green Equity Capital Markets Day that is co-hosted with ABG Sundal Collier and in collaboration with Infront Direkt Studios, Cicero Shades of Green and Moody's ESG Solutions. The focus of this day is the listed companies that also have chosen to amplify visibility and transparency around their environmentally sustainable business models and have applied and been approved for a green equity designation. Nasdaq launched the green designation as a response to issuer interest, and our aim is that the designations will continue to develop as a trusted and robust market standard that helps companies to communicate their green equity story to the market. We offer 2 voluntary designations that companies can apply for. The Green Equity Designation for green leaders that already are in majority green in terms of green revenue and are continuing to invest in green. There's also a possibility to apply for a Green Equity Transition Designation for companies with a green ambition that are investing in green but are not quite green yet. Companies that apply for the designations are assessed by independent expert reviewer firms for alignment with the qualification criteria, the green equity principles. Cicero Shades of Green and Moody's ESG Solutions are partners with Nasdaq for assessments for the alignment of companies that choose to apply for green equity designation. So it is a great pleasure for me to introduce to you our co-host in this event, Max Scheffel from ABG. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Ulrika.
It's a great pleasure to have you here today. And why don't you introduce yourself to our viewers?
Yes, my name is Max Scheffel. I am the head of the Industrials and ESG sector team at ABG Sundal Collier. Here in Stockholm, we typically focus on advisory services, including IPOs. We have done several green IPOs on the Nasdaq Stock Exchange, private placements, and also typically M&A advice in relation to structuring of private transactions as well.
Excellent. So with your position in the financial market, I would like to take the opportunity to ask you for some perspectives on sustainable financing trends. And I prepared a few questions for you. So according to some recent statistics, already 1/5 of topics that are discussed in corporate earning calls concern ESG. When you speak with buy-side customers, fund managers or buy-side analysts, are you seeing that same interest and trend?
Yes, is the simple answer to that question. And ESG is a very important topic nowadays, obviously. And it also needs to be addressed for all companies in all business sectors. Companies to some extent are still unaware on how to implement the ESG practice actually into their everyday business. And from an investor perspective, investors are still rather wary on how to approach the ESG angle and how to actually transform theory into practice. Thanks to tools like the EU taxonomy and the Nasdaq Green Equity Designation, the framework for responsible investing is actually in the making. And at the end of the day, all companies need to have a clear agenda for ESG, and it will need to be embedded also in the strategic plan, i.e. moving from desktop product to actually doing it in practice. As an example of a company that has continued on this journey and actually taken the next step already. We've been working with a listed company on large cap called Stiptech. We raised capital from them on several occasions. And that's a company obviously having financial targets as typical in a listed environment, but they have also formulated sustainability goals. So they have sustainability goals related to UN SDGs, for example, UN Sustainability Development Goals. Also their CO2 footprint and also gender equality, taking into consideration all the letters actually in the ESG abbreviation. So that's a great example on how to actually proceed into the next step with this transition.
Great. So would you say that Nordic investors are more inclined to speak about ESG-related topics than other European investors or US investors?
Yes, typically in all discussions we have with investors, they want to find out, is there an ESG angle here or not? And if there is, how do you actually apply it in company business from day to day? So that's what we see in the Nordics, in the US and other parts of the world, for example. It's not as high on the agenda. We see it being more and more frequent, but it's not in every discussion that we have. So I would say that the Nordics is still, to some extent, in this transition, a front runner, and we will continue to see that in the financial markets going forward as well. So we need to lead by example.
Great. The total number of ESG funds globally is now around 6,000 and money invested around $3 trillion. According to Nasdaq data, majority of the investments are in technology, healthcare, industrials and financials, and about 2% in real estate. Some of our Nasdaq Green Designation companies today represent the sector real estate, and the designation brings a lot of visibility, we hope. How important is it for companies to highlight their green businesses towards investors?
It's very important, and it's becoming more and more important for every day that passes. And to just comment on the sector here in the real estate, I believe that energy efficiency used in properties is very important going forward and actually enabling a CO2 reduction and also enabling a green transition in general. So that's very important to highlight that the real estate sector actually deserves a lot of credit for what they're doing in terms of minimizing the footprint here. And that needs also to be spread to all business sectors, not only real estate, not only technology, etc. It needs to be everywhere. And sustainability is currently kind of a preference amongst investors rather than an actual strategy. We see some investors focusing on actually only being able to invest in companies with a true ESG and sustainability strategy, but that's only a fraction of the total funds we see out there. So that needs to increase, and I believe this change will gradually increase during the coming years. Tools like the Green Equity Designation will be key in actually educating investors on how do we apply our investment principles in accordance with the current framework. They don't need to establish that by themselves. Naturally, all companies will strive to incorporate ESG as part of the strategies, and hence the transparency to the market and investor community will also increase. And we can take some examples from everyday life that I see in ongoing discussions with businesses. I have a company producing a product for transportation, a kind of fuel, and that was 2 years ago priced in accordance with the fossil-based alternatives. They're now selling the product at 50 to 100% premium versus other fossil-based alternatives. So it will be key in actually maintaining and increasing profitability for companies, and that in the long run should also increase valuation premiums for green companies on the stock exchange as well. We're not seeing that as a clear picture today. We see it in some cases, but that will be totally evident in the next 3 to 5 years. And as we see also on the financing market in terms of debt financing in bonds, etc., we see green frameworks being established by the banks. We see green frameworks being established for bonds. To some extent, those bonds do not only apply to wider framework of investors, but you can see that the terms for the companies are actually better for these types of green products. And that, I think, will also apply to the stock market in the long run. So there's not only the aspect of contributing to a green transition, that's the key for the companies, but also in the long run, the profits will increase and the valuations will increase on top of that.
That sounds very promising for the green designations and the visibility for the companies. And my final question here, before we move on, we have not yet reached a stage with one universal way to define what is sustainable. So what advice would you give to listed companies on how they might tackle the different standards and frameworks out there?
Yeah, very difficult question. It needs to be based on a case-by-case basis. I think a true ESG strategy requires, of course, as I mentioned earlier, that it is actually embedded and entrenched in the company's business. It's ongoing, everyday principles on how to act and how to perceive by the market, and not just be a desktop product. That's the number one issue that we need to solve. And I would start by, of course, studying examples for listed companies on the green equity designation, for example, is one way to see how are they actually producing reports, being transparent regarding continuous information to the market. And as a company, what do we need to implement to follow those guidelines? As I mentioned, I think the UN Sustainability Development Goals is a starting point as well, and that ties into the EU taxonomy. So there's a lot of different approaches to take here, but study the best in the business, try to implement those processes in-house. And what we also need to do is to make sure that these goals that one sets up, they need to be quantifiable and they need to be measurable. Because there's a soft value angle here as well, but we need to put these numbers into hard facts. And that can only be done by measuring constantly and also reducing what we think is not green today. So I think that's the starting point. And as Christina will also tell you about Cicero later on during this presentation, it's also a great way to connect with them in order to actually, how do we apply these business principles and how do we set up the framework? So I would say that's a logical next step as well, to speak with a third-party provider of green framework assessments that have been doing this for years.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your insight, Max. Very valuable to all viewers, I believe. So that was all, I think, for us, for Nasdaq and ABG Sundal Collier, and we're now moving on in the program. And before I introduce the next speaker, I'd like to encourage you to submit questions via the live chat. So now we're moving over to the next speaker, which is Christina Onnes from Cicero Shades of Green. Welcome, Christina.
Thank you, Ulrika. And thank you so much to Nasdaq and to ABG for the invitation to this very first Green Equity Capital Markets Day. I am very pleased to be here presenting Cicero Shades of Green approach and our approach to company assessments. For those of you who don't know us, Cicero Shades of Green, we are a third-party reviewer of green finance, both frameworks on the debt side and also equities. So we started out in this business in 2008, where we provided the second-party opinion for the first green bond issued by the World Bank. So we were first in the market, and last year we were also the largest reviewer of and provider of second-party opinions on green bonds. And we were also last year approved as a reviewer for the Nasdaq Green Equity Designation, and so far we're very happy to have worked with all of the companies that have chosen and been awarded the Nasdaq Green Equity Designation. This increasing interest in ESG and green finance that Ulrika mentioned and her and Max talked about is certainly something that we've also seen at Cicero. We've been in this market for a long time, and when I first started in this field 10 years ago, green finance was a little bit of a hard sell. And now you have bankers like Max talking, really getting into the details about the climate and environmental aspects of their clients. And really, it's a completely, the interest in the financial sector is just completely different, and it's a very promising aspect here. What sets us apart from some of the other reviewers and third-party opinion providers in the market is that we have really close links to research. So our mother organization is Cicero. It's a research institute focused on climate change based in Oslo. And many of our colleagues at Cicero and also one of our partners at Cicero Shades of Green are authors to the IPCC process. And all of our products and everything we do is very closely linked to climate science. And the approach we take to company assessments is a really good example of how we work with science. This is started in 2019 as a research project, and we developed this approach to assessing companies based on conversations we had with investors that were interested in understanding the climate impact of companies or climate risk of companies specifically. And it was co-developed with financial sector partners, and then commercialized by Cicero Shades of Green, or the commercial arm of the research organization, in 2020. And in everything we do, here again, we're trying to communicate climate risk in a very simple and easy to understand way to investors, and trying to be this link between companies and issuers and investors, and to help facilitate science-based communication in the green financial markets. So onto the company assessments specifically. What we do here is threefold. The first element is that we shade the revenue streams, operating costs, and capital expenditures of a company from a scale of a shade of green, yellow, or red. So that's very easy for investors to see how do the company's actual activities align with a low carbon, climate resilient future. So the revenue and operating costs gives a sense of where the company is today. Investments also a bit of a forward-looking where the company is heading in the future. In addition, we assess the environmental governance structure and also the likely alignment to the EU taxonomy. I'll spend just a little bit of time on each of these elements. So the shading, we have our own methodology that we've developed called Shades of Green, which you can see an overview here. The green shades we also use in the green bond market for green finance. And to start at the top here, dark green projects. These are the projects that are already aligned with a low carbon, climate resilient future. So typically they are zero or very low emissions, and also adapted to the physical impacts of climate change. Medium green, more of a stepping stone. Light green, more transition activities. I like to think of the green shading as more of a time scale. So dark green, these are the 2050 solutions. Light green, more short term. Medium green, medium term. The yellow and red, this captures the non-green side of the economy. Yellow to be viewed more as business as usual. And red, these are the highest emitting assets, those linked directly to fossil fuel supply chains. As I mentioned, we also do an assessment of the governance of the company, and we rate that from fair, good to excellent. And what we're really looking for here, this is a view of the environmental governance. So we're looking for how well embedded are climate considerations into the day-to-day operations of the business. We also here consider the awareness and management of social risks. So is the company aware of what the main social risks are, and here specifically labor and human rights risks in their operations and in their value chain. And of course, we pay close attention to reporting and transparency. Transparency is key to the green financial market, so that's of course an important aspect of our assessment. The last, but certainly not least, especially not in complexity, aspect of what we do is assess the EU taxonomy. And here we break down, again, we do it by revenue stream, operating costs, and capital expenditures. And we review the environmental thresholds set up in the mitigation or adaptation criteria, the do no significant harm criteria, and minimum social safeguards. I could give a 15-minute presentation just on the EU taxonomy alone. There's a lot of detail to go into here, so I'll just leave it at that. I will say that our minimum social safeguards is really focused on labor and human rights. But I'm very happy to answer more detailed questions on our approach to the EU taxonomy later. So please just put your questions in the chat. Ulrika mentioned that what we do as a reviewer is to review that the company is aligned with the Nasdaq Green Equity Principles. So here a quick overview of how our methodology aligns to the principles. So to apply for the Nasdaq Green Equity designation, at least half of the turnover and half of investments, which is defined as the sum of CapEx and OpEx, must be a shade of green. So they could all be light green or they could be a mix of green, but these must be shaded green. And then less than 5% of the turnover must come from fossil fuel, so that is the shade of red in our methodology. For the green equity transition designation, as Ulrika mentioned, this is for companies that are in transition. So their activities today aren't necessarily green, and therefore there is no requirement for the green turnover, but there's the same requirement for the investment. So half of that, the OPEX and CAPEX, must be green, and less than half of the turnover must be red, so directly linked to fossil fuel. Finally, a quick overview of the process. So the step one in the process would be working with us. This graphic gives a very quick overview of our process, which takes about 5 to 6 weeks. Typically, we would look first for some input from the client, then we would do our assessment, and our assessment is an iterative approach. So we set up calls with the client, and we also ask questions to really get to understand the business. We find that we really can't, just the publicly available information doesn't go into enough detail for us to do that. So it is an iterative process with the company, which leads to the final assessment. If our assessment shows that the company is aligned with the Nasdaq Green Equity principles, then the company will enter data into the Nasdaq application form, which we will then go in and confirm, basically confirming that the information there is aligned with our assessment, and then the application will be sent to Nasdaq for approval. So that's the process in a nutshell, actually quite straightforward. I wanted to end on one example. So as I mentioned at the very beginning, we've been fortunate enough to work with all of the companies that have received the green designation so far, and you'll be hearing from many of them today. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. But I wanted to mention this one green IPO from Rebel, which is a re-commerce company, because we have also been seeing a lot of interest in tech sector. And here you're seeing a tech platform for secondhand resale of luxury goods, a really interesting example of a green company. And they were the first company to receive the Nasdaq Green designation on the first day of trading. We just launched our best practices report with an overview of what we see in the market as best practices. So just very quickly, some best practices that we've seen in the last year of reviewing companies. The first probably won't be a surprise for anyone. We see a lot of emissions targets that are aligned with the Paris Agreement. Targets in and of itself can be quite tricky, so I'll just mention here that, in addition to having a Paris-aligned 2050 goal, it's best practice to have medium-term goals, short-term goals, but also a clear strategy on how you're going to get there, which relates to the second best practice, to have a governance structure that actually embeds climate targets into the decision-making. Max also mentioned this, that any sustainability framework that you choose or target should really be a part of the corporate practice. In addition, we're seeing this due diligence process covering both environmental and social risk, so best practice to have one process covering both of these areas, something that we see emerging. And the social risk is still an area where actually a lot of the Nordic companies do have some gaps, perhaps because we've been under the impression that labor and human rights are not really something that we have problems with here in the Nordics, which is true, but of course most companies have a global supply chain. The last two are related to transparency. I will mention this integrating financial and environmental accounting and reporting. For those of you who have started to report according to the EU taxonomy, know that that is a big job. So it's best practice to have begun this process. We're really seeing very few companies that have finally integrated the two systems yet. So that's something that we're really excited for and something I'll be watching closely. And the last one, of course, is committing to continued transparency, which also is required by the Nasdaq Green Equity designation by these annual reviews, which gives investors the continued information needed. And with that, I believe I'm exactly on time. So thank you. Apologies if I'm a little over.
Thank you so much, Christina. That was very inspiring. And I have some questions for you.
Wonderful.
So in which sectors do you see the most interest for green equity designation?
So I would say that in general, we see a lot of interest from those typical green sectors and those that are very active in the green bond markets, among them real estate. And I think that was spiked especially recently because Castellum, one of the largest real estate companies in Sweden, recently received the green designation. So now we're getting a lot of calls from real estate companies, which is really positive. But we're also seeing interest from tech which is really interesting. We haven't seen so much tech in green finance earlier, so that's really interesting. And I would say sort of smaller green companies. You know, Rebel is a good example, but several of the others that we worked with, like Kempower, they're not really in a sector, but they have a green business model and they're looking to showcase that.
So what would you say is the big difference between the green designation review process and an ESG rating?
Well, they're different processes, but I would really say that in essence, the big difference for investors is that the green equity designation is focused on the actual activities of the company. So what are the revenue generating activities? How green are those? How green are the costs and how green are the investments? Whereas in ESG ratings, it's more a measure, you know, you have a lot of indicators and it's a measure of general, the sustainability governance of the company, I would say. And of course, there's this quite a thorough process with the reviewer as well that goes into the green designation.
So how can companies get an understanding of their eligibility for the GED?
So we always say that the most important thing is that we are a reviewer or a second party opinion provider. So the companies themselves need to have conviction that they are green. So I think that would be the starting point. If you're not certain yourself, then you should do some research and think about, you know, what are our sustainability goals. Looking at other sectors, examples, you know, to see that we put out some information among other best practices report, and then also, you know, you could always reach out to us and have an informal conversation. We never, of course, do shadings before we've talked to the company, but just to get a sense.
Yeah, and companies considering green equity designation, do you have any tips or recommendations to them?
Yes, I would say the main tip is it links back to my first point, is to align internally on the conviction, and also to start looking at, you know, like, what are the governance systems that we have in place. To start talking to Nasdaq, talk to us to get a sense of this. And then really, like I explained, it's not a very complicated process and it does provide good visibility. So just go for it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think we have one more minute or two. So let me ask you this. You're a third-party reviewer to Nasdaq in this, but you're also connected to the University in Oslo, I think. Can you tell us something about your background in Cicero?
Yeah, sure. So we have slight links to the University of Oslo, but Cicero is an independent research institute. Yep. And we actually started as a research team within Cicero. So for a long time, we and myself personally, we were in the research institute working as researchers. And what we did then was we did research projects on climate finance, and then we did the second party opinions a little bit on the side. And then this started growing and we saw a lot of potential. So we spun it out to its own corporate entity. But Cicero is still our majority shareholder. So the idea is that the money will go back into research and we have a nice collaboration there.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Christina. All for today, and let's move over to another third-party reviewer, that is Moody's ESG Solutions. And with us on link, we will have the Global Head of Product, whose name is Angela Brown. Are you there, Angela?
I'm here, thank you.
Very welcome. Would you please give us your presentation?
Yes, thank you so much. So first of all, just a pleasure to be here. It's been a great year plus as we've tried to navigate and understand how we can support as a third-party reviewer in this process outlined by Nasdaq. So I'm going to walk you through our approach, but before I do that, I wanted to just take a moment to also explain a little bit about how Moody's is looking at the ESG sustainability and climate space. So many of you may be familiar with Moody's as a credit rating agency. I work outside of the credit rating agency looking at our products and initiatives around sustainability. So that could include climate solutions, ESG, and or sustainable finance. And we have a broad range of solutions across those remits. So we have ESG scores, we do ESG ratings, scoring, We're a data provider. We provide data on regulatory data solutions. We also are a second-party opinion provider on labeled bonds. Those could be green, and maybe one distinction of us is it's not just green, but we also do social and other broader sustainability-linked loans, instruments, etc. We also have a broad range of climate solutions that are looking at both the exposure of a company to physical climate risk hazards and their ability to transition to a lower carbon economy. And so this slide that I have up here is trying to help to illustrate, as an integrated risk assessment firm, i.e. Moody's, we're looking at ESG as a domain and sustainability and green as a domain capability, but then also trying to understand the correlation of ESG and climate with other types of financial risk quantification. So I'm going to jump into our methodology specifically for green equity designation. So this fits within what we would classify kind of our sustainable finance solutions suite. And as a reviewer, we look at a few things. So one, we're looking at 4 pillars as designated by the green equity. So the first is your turnover. So how much of your turnover is green. So over 50% of your turnover needs to be green as designated by Nasdaq, and less than 5% associated with fossil fuels in order to qualify for the green equity designation. For the transition designation, as mentioned previously, it's really about those companies who are in sectors who are needing to transition. And so the benchmark is a little bit different, where you need about less than 50% of your turnover associated with fossil fuel activities. The second pillar is around investments. So looking at the sum of CapEx and OpEx and how much a company is investing into green activities. And I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. The third pillar is around the environmental targets. We're looking specifically at alignment with a less than 2 degree scenario, temperature rise, and then around EU taxonomy alignment as well. So for pillars 1 and 2, we take capabilities and data sets that we use across the organization and combine that with our engagement with a company through the green equity designation process. And so we're looking at, from green turnover, we're looking at the percentage of turnover from products and services that would be contributing towards a transition to net zero or climate-related sustainable development goals. We look at 23 sustainable goods and services, including activities within several categories that are probably relevant for this specific designation. And those can be renewable energy and storage, low carbon transportation, electrical vehicles and technology, and afforestation. Those are some examples within the 23. Then we're also looking at fossil fuel turnover. So again, remembering that it needs to be less than 5% of turnover associated with fossil fuel activities. So we're looking at that in relation to exploration, production, transportation, or refining of fossil fuels, as well as fossil fuel-based power generation. And this includes upstream, midstream, power generation, coal, tar sands, oil shales. As we move to the third pillar, which is really around environmental targets, we're looking at really how a company's targeted emission reduction targets, which are disclosed by the company, how aligned they are with the IEA scenario, the below 2 degree. And so some of the sectors that we analyze here are really airlines, aluminum, automobiles, cement, oil and gas, power generation, paper and shipping. And we're able to take those commitments and those targets and map them against various scenarios to understand the degree temperature alignment. And lastly, it's the EU taxonomy alignment. So we take this final step to understand, is the company actually aligned, or do they have activities that are aligned with the EU taxonomy? And so those activities are required to be disclosed by the company, and then we'll also supplement that with potentially other information that we've collected from company disclosures. And then we can map that down through the criteria of the EU taxonomy from the substantial contributions towards whether that be climate change mitigation or adaptation, and also ensuring that they are meeting the social safeguards of doing no significant harm to any of the other principles. And we leverage a lot of our data sets on controversies and sustainable goods and services to assess that. And after that, we do take into account the overall alignment with the EU taxonomy. From a process perspective, similar to the other reviewer that you've heard from today, it is an engagement process. So we at Moody's do collect a lot of data and have off-the-shelf kind of models and analytics for some of these criteria that we're measuring, but we partner that with engagement with the company. So we'll have a kickoff meeting, we'll walk through the required information that's needed to continue through the process. We'll then go through the alignment steps with the given company. And after that's complete, we'll make an assessment and provide a draft report, which gives an indication of if we think that they are aligned with the designation requirements as outlined by Nasdaq. And then once that's all been processed, the information can be submitted and the final report provided and information passed on to Nasdaq. So I wanted to just kind of end with a little bit of an example, I guess, as well, of how this might play out. So if I were to take a case study from a European company that's specifically focused on the electric and gas and utility sector, so this company has come to receive a designation, and we've started to engage with them. And through the assessment process, we've identified that over 80% of their turnover, mainly around wind power generation, is aligned. It is a green activity, so that they qualify for the over 50% green revenue designation, and also that less than 5% of their activities are associated with natural gas and coal power generation. So they've qualified for the first pillar. And then we move on to the second. So we start to understand the investments that the company is making, and they're targeting to invest an estimated, let's say, 32 billion in the period over the next 7 years, which accounts, and 95% of that investment is earmarked for offshore wind farms and renewables. And so they've qualified for the next, and then we'll walk through them with their environmental targets and KPIs, whether those be science-based targets or other KPIs that they've designated to map out their alignment from an environmental target perspective. And then we'll walk through the EU taxonomy. So alignment and identify which activities for that business are aligned with the EU taxonomy. So what the company gets at the end of this process that they've walked through with us is they get the report that's outlining their alignment. It underlines all of the underlying information we've collected in the analysis we've conducted, and they can use that for their needs. So that ends my presentation of kind of our approach and our methodology. So some similarities and some differences, I think, from other reviewers.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Very interesting. So I have a few questions for you too. How does Moody's determine what is considered green when it comes to the quality for designation?
Sure. So when we're looking at green, we're primarily looking at the alignment of net positive contribution towards relevant sustainable development goals. So we're looking at how those goals are aligned with those sustainable development goals, and we use our proprietary methodology to map that out.
Okay, so do we need to be aligned with EU taxonomy in order to qualify?
Yes, we do require that you at least have some activities aligned with the EU taxonomy in order to qualify for the designation.
Can you elaborate how you look on the investment thresholds? Does OPEX, CAPEX both need to be aligned too?
Yes, so for our calculation, we do take the sum of both OPEX and CAPEX to make our assessment. And so both of those needs to come together for the assessment process.
Okay, when it comes to time, how long does it take, how long does the process take to do this with Moody's?
So the process is around 4 to 6 weeks for now, and it depends on the availability of information. We will pull together the information that we already have on companies within our ecosystem of data at Moody's, but then so that hopefully facilitates some of the data gathering process, but it does take about 4 to 6 weeks. We would expect it to take a couple weeks for any missing data to be provided by any of the companies that are seeking the designation.
Thank you so much for your participation, Angela. And we will move on to the next thing here. It is actually the main purpose of the day, the Capital Markets Day, In 5 minutes or 4 minutes, we have the first company with a green equity designation, and it is the real estate company Platzer Fastigheter at 13:45. Welcome back. So finally, it's time for the first company out on Nasdaq Green Designation Capital Markets Day. And I'm very proud to welcome you, Platzer Fastigheter.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us on this Capital Market Day. My name is Fredrik Sjödin. I'm the CFO of Platzer Fastigheter, and beside me...
My name is Emma Aben, and I work as a sustainability manager here.
We will guide you through 5 good reasons for investment in Platzer and why that is in connection with the investment in the dynamic Gothenburg region. We will have 5 chapters during this presentation that will all connect to finance, sustainability, and sustainability in our operations overall. We are specialists in commercial property, and we have steadily increased our property value year on year. Platzer was publicly listed in the year 2013. We existed before then, but this is our listed journey as a commercial property developer and owner in Gothenburg. We are now at 27 billion Swedish crowns in value, and part of that is industrial and logistics, which we began in 2016, but we are mainly in office commercial properties in the Gothenburg region. We have a business model for sustainable value creation. This is the model that we have been working with ever since the beginning, and it includes 3 main processes, and that's the ownership and the maintenance of our existing buildings, and the transactions where we sell and buy, acquire properties, and develop them, and then we have the project development pipeline, which is one of our real edges in Platzer. To do that, we need 2 main resources. That's competence, it's human resources, and the capital, it's the financial resources, both equity and debt. With all those factors, we are creating sustainable value going forward through our operations. Our operations has resulted in that we are a sustainability company in the core, and we celebrate our first anniversary as a Nasdaq Green Equity Designation company this year, and we have more than 90% of rental revenue as considered green, 89% of operating costs, and 97% of our investments are considered green from a taxonomy point of view, and that hence to alignment to the EU taxonomy. So that's the equity side, and on our debt side, we are steadily increasing our green financing part. So we are at 70% green financing. 43 of those is from term loans with our banks, and the rest of that part are green bonds, both secured and unsecured bonds on the capital market. All that we can do because we have operations that are making progress in the sustainability area. Emma will take you through that.
Thank you. So here at Platzer, we have a strong commitment to the society and the environment. And the work that we do in that field is followed up in our long-term sustainability goals that we keep track of annually. And one of those goals actually concerns collaborations with other partners in the areas where we are present. So an example of that collaboration is from Andersson, which you see here on the slide, because we do not only want to develop and build properties, but we want to be an active part in how we can develop both the people and the businesses that are to work and to live in these properties, so to care about the life in between the houses. And in Andersson, we have been working for many years in a collaborative organization that is based on, it's an international established model for area development, and it's been a great success, and the area has really flourished and developed in a great way. And among these goals, the long-term sustainability goals, we obviously have goals to keep track of our impact on the environment and the climate. And thanks to this focus that we have had, we have during the past 10 years been able to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 53%. It's a greenhouse gas emission intensity. And we were really early out to start certifying our buildings. And as of today, 91% of them are certified, most of them by BREEAM. And we have a few new buildings there in our portfolio, but the most of them are older buildings. And to care and tend for them and really to develop and refurbish the existing buildings is a true win for the environment. I think most of you might be familiar with the SBTi organization. Our climate goals were certified by them or validated by them that our climate goal is in line with the Paris Agreement, the 1.5 degrees target. And we aim to be a climate neutral property management at the latest 2030. And in our ambition and our focus going forward, we will have a continuous focus on the scope 3 emissions. So from their ambitions of what we would like to focus on and keep doing back to the reality where we have operating today.
Yes, I will take that further. And a comment, if you look at the chart, you see in the year 2014, we have an increase, and that's where we acquire our industrial logistics properties. And we have made a real good journey. So it's within our core practice to acquire brown properties and turn them green to make them be a sustainable property going forward.
Yeah, good point.
One of our pillars, why it's good to invest in Gothenburg, it's because of the Gothenburg region has a good trading environment and a good connection with the global economy in all. We are still in an economic peak. As you look at the chart, we are over 110, but this is 1 quarter old number, so we know that they are going downwards. But a normal economy is about 100 plus minus 1 in the index. So it's a really good environment, and it's a still good environment for our tenants, the corporations that works, the companies that works in our region. One of our processes that we work in is the project development, and this is one of the largest one as we speak. This is Kineum in Gårda. It's part of central Gothenburg, not CBD, but adjacent CBD. This is 44,000 square meters in total. We have a new build that is amounts about 28,000 square meters, where we will situate one hotel. And this is an existing property plot where we have found the possibility to build a high-rise building on an empty plot and condense the city center of Gothenburg and make it more in mobility, hence more good use of land in central Gothenburg. So it's the grand opening is in November this year, so we are looking forward to that. The first tenant has already moved in. We work as well in industrial and logistics, and in that in terms of logistics, it's really important to have closeness, and this is adjacent to the Gothenburg harbor. And we have good plots near and around the Gothenburg harbor where we can connect to transportation by trucks or even train to distribute further on in Sweden and even the other direction as well. The logistics goes both ways. But this is a development we are doing in Syrhåla for Entex, where we are developing our property. That was the fifth of our pillars in the investment case for Platzer. And all of those 5 we have been working on for a long time, but all those come together in our vision that we have for Platzer, and that is that we aim to make Gothenburg the best city in Europe to work in, and that is strongly connected to the development of Gothenburg region, and we are taking part of that and doing that together with other parties who have the same target and goal as us. And that concludes it for us, and we leave over for Q&A.
Thank you so much, Fredrik and Emma. Very interesting and well described. I read that you focus on energy efficiency. Can you tell us something about what you do in that field?
There are a lot of different things going on, obviously, to receive these results that we have had going down. We showed you the greenhouse gas emission intensity, but at the same time, during the same period, our energy intensity have decreased by 33%. And that is, even though we have acquired, as Fredrik mentioned, quite a few buildings that were not so energy efficient when we acquired them. And I would just have to say that it's a daily work to keep on doing the small things that really pays off in the long end. So it could be anything from, ventilation, but we're also looking into larger energy efficiency projects in the properties that we have. And part of that, the result is also that we have for a long time been buying 100% renewable electricity, and we're also increasing the amount of solar panels that we have on our properties. So it's a lot of different small things all combined together.
Obviously. Another interesting thing that you work with is green leases that you do in cooperation with your customers and leasers. Can you please describe this to us?
If I start, I think it's interesting because 10 years ago we had about 5% green leases rate. Today it's 63%. And that goes back to a word that we mentioned a couple of times, which is collaboration. Because I think this is to have decrease the environmental impact we have in our business and that our tenants have from their business is something that we really can unite around. So it's a sort of a cooperation agreement that we will do what we can as a property owner and managing the property, and they as tenants in the building will do their part to decrease the holistic environmental impact from the building as such.
Okay, so green leases, is this something that you do by yourself, or is this something you develop with fellow property owners, real estate companies?
Well, it's something between us and the tenant, and it's obviously specific to the property. We have a few things that we take as our responsibility and that we work with daily in the properties, and then it's a dialogue between the tenants. What they can do depends on obviously what sort of business they have and what sort of operations they're running in their operations, so to say.
When it comes to sustainability, I believe that learning and education within your organization is very important. How do you go about this?
I think, as I mentioned, we have the long-term sustainability goals. There are 13 altogether, and they cover all the different dimensions of sustainability, the economic, the social, and the environmental. And by having a sustainable, or we call it a sustainable promise, and by that being holistic, it truly involves the whole organizations. So all the different departments and our employees are involved in one way or the other, bringing about a progress in this. So I would say that the education comes in part in your daily work, but obviously there's a lot of things happening in the sustainability field in terms of legislation and stuff like that we would need to have, or that we have separate education settings and meetings to sort of bring out the common knowledge around certain details, but it comes in the everyday work.
Can you give us any other examples of where you within the branch or the sector, how you cooperate with your peers?
We have an interesting cooperation here in Gothenburg that actually started in May this year, where both the city and the city's companies and sort of the municipality and also private property owners, that we have joined hands saying that we would like to collaborate to both exchange experiences and gain knowledge together in how we could bring in more of to recycle things more in our properties as a way to reduce our climate impact. So it's called Handslaget, which is sort of an initiative here in the Gothenburg area that just started this year, and we hope to bring about a more circular building environment.
Both recycling and reusing.
Definitely
Yes.
both, yeah. Thank you for filling that in.
Okay, thank you so much, Fredrik and Emma at Platzer, and we wish you plenty of investors in your green future. Thank you so much, and we will be back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Nasdaq Green Designation Capital Markets Day. We're moving on to the second company for the day. So let me introduce to you Annehem and their CEO, Monica Falenius. Welcome, Monica.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
How do you do?
I'm fine, thanks.
Okay, I'll hand it over to you then.
Thank you. Yes, hello everybody. I'm the new CEO of Annehem Fastigheter since 1.5 months. And beside me here, I have our CFO, Jan Egenes.
Pleased to be here.
So let's begin the presentation about Annehem Fastigheter. I have a dream. No, rather, we have a vision to become the most sustainability real estate company in the Nordic region. And I know that's a very ambitious vision for us, but I know we can do this. We have 86% of green investments of today, and we know that along the way we are going to purchase more real estates, and our goal is that everyone should be green. Today we are in the Nordics, and it's in the capitals in Stockholm, Helsinki and Oslo, and further on in the southern region of Sweden, in Malmö, Helsingborg, Ängelholm and Gothenburg. And we are a new company. We have only been for 2 years, and the business concept for us is high quality commercial community service, logistics, and soon we will have residential properties. And we are located near good transport links. We are, as you see, and I told you, within the growth areas in the Nordics, and we have a very, very clear environmental profile. And also, which is very important for us, to build relationships and value through management, the property management close to our customers. And a little bit more about our property portfolio. We are a quite small company compared to the other ones that are here today. We have a real estate value of 4.4 billion, and our range of certified real estate is up to 86%. And we have a very high occupancy rate, about 95%. And our NOI is all up to 90 million. And we have a high, I should say, customer satisfaction index, about 77. And we do yearly reviews of that as well. And I think we're going to have one new one during this autumn. And all these figures are from the second quarter. So why is this important to us? Of course, it makes us to show everybody that it's really important. And of course, we will contribute to a more sustainable world within the green equity designation. We have also, of course, easier access to better financing and cheaper financing, although I think it should be more, even though...
Even cheaper.
Yeah, a little bit more cheaper than it is. And of course, a big part of it is to help our tenants with their sustainability work. We have a lot of big companies, and of course that is more natural for them. But for small companies, they need to have our help, and we would like to help them as well. And of course, the sustainable buildings are more attractive and will have a higher market value. And we have used Cicero, second opinion for this, and our rates are that we have like 86% of our investments are green, and 67% our annual revenue are green. So, and like I say to my team, is that we should have this completely green. That's our goal, of course. And it's a hard way to come there, and I think it is very important to have the knowledge and education in the team day to day. And this is high-level targets. We have this 90% of the property value should be certificated at last by 2024. And the outcome in 21 was this 86%. The energy performance is to be among the 15% of the best energy performance up until 2024. And now we have 86%. And also the energy consumption, of course, which is very important, is to fall by 9% by 2024, and we start at 91 kilowatts per square meters. And also, when we talk about the ESG, there are a lot more areas of great impact, of course, with the climate, with the energy, certification, and minimizing the emissions. And we do have to work a lot with the recycling, waste recycling, and water consumption. And the tenants, I talked about them. We are doing this customer satisfaction index. And also that we want to have these green leases. And we have that, and with the new leases that we write and sign, they should be green. And also that Platzer said before us here, it's a huge cooperation with the tenants to get these green leases. And it's very important to have that. And also with the employees, we have this employee satisfaction index, and that's also a very important part of the ESG work. And of course, of the suppliers, we are working, we have these conditions for them, and we work cooperating with them as well. And I think it's very important for us as a real estate owner to demand what their requirements when we have these procurements. And also travel, of course. We do travel with electric cars, and I believe it was like yesterday we had 2 new cars in our property management that are completely 100% electrified. And also, of course, with the financing. Green financing is also very important for us. And this is just, it's a lot of numbers, but on the left-hand side you see all the real estates. And also what we are, the certification of these, each real estate and type of premises. And we also have green electricity, of course, to all our real estates. That's a really fast, brief introduction. Thank you.
Because we want to have time for all the questions.
Yes, of course.
All right, thank you so much. So, as you described, you have properties in Sweden, Norway, and Finland.
Yes.
Correct.
When it comes to sustainability work regarding property management, is it pretty much the same within these 3 countries, or how does it differ?
I would say it's pretty much the same, even though the actual rental agreements are different setups of them. So sometimes you have the right to invoice onwards certain costs, in other places you don't. So it depends a little bit on that, but it's on a grander scale, it's pretty much the same.
Okay. You have a goal to have 90% of your properties to be sustainable according to the EU taxonomy. Can you tell us something more about that?
We now have the real estates we have is with the good energy class, the most of them. And also that when we acquire new properties, we will set them on this high level in energy.
And we have actually turned a couple of proposals down because we couldn't see either that they were in the right energy class or had the ability with a reasonable investment to get to the right energy class. in that case, we better turn it down instead of diluting the position that we already got.
Okay. So if the goal is 90%, where are you at now, approximately?
86.
86.
86.
So it's 4% off so far.
Okay.
But it's not an easy target to obtain anyhow, because you need to find the right set of real estate.
So be it. Monica, you just became the CEO in August.
Yes.
Can you tell us something about your background and specifically when it comes to sustainability?
Yes, I've been within the real estate property management for about 25 years in different roles in different companies. And some of them is Drott, Fabege, Jernhusen, Hemse, Atrium Ljungberg. And I've been working for different type of like transactions and property management and project development and so on. And sustainability has, become more frequently the last 10 years or something. And in my last role in Svenska Handelsfastigheter, I was working to do the ESG rating for that company. And I think it's quite the same what you're going through when you do this Nasdaq Green Equity designation. And my experience of that is that it's not only the E, it's a lot of things to do with the others. So it is a broad work to do. And it's important to have all your team with you to do this, to manage and to succeed with it.
It is. And then, like I asked the other property companies, how do you go about when it comes to education and learning in order to improve?
As of yesterday, and Monday and Tuesday, we were at a conference together in the company, and we spent one afternoon to talk about sustainability and how to accelerate towards my dream, our vision. So, and it was really energizing, and I could say it is one of the topics that I bring with me back is education, and how can my work, everyday work, do something for the goals? How does it connect? And so we are going to take this further on, of course. So I'm planning to do like an education for 1 year, and then you have like maybe one at 6 weeks, and then you have like different themes or something like that.
Okay. Thank you so much for participating, and good luck going forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And so we will have a short break again before we move on to the next company. Thank you. Nasdaq Green Designation Capital Markets Day moves on. Now we move on to the west coast of Sweden. The west coast of Sweden. And I'm also going to switch over to Swedish and say hej och hjärtligt välkomna till Wästbygg.
Tack så mycket. Tack.
Och då har vi med oss Jessica Gårdmo som är CFO och John Nyberg som är hållbarhetschef. Varsågoda och presentera.
Tack. Wästbygg är ju ett entreprenad- och projektutvecklingsbolag som bygger och utvecklar inom 3 avgränsade affärsområden. Bostäder, kommersiella byggnader där även samhällsfastigheter ingår, samt logistik- och industrianläggningar. Och för egenutvecklade samhällsfastigheter så kan vi även äga och förvalta det i vårt bolag som heter Invita Fastigheter. Utöver Invita så ingår även Wästbygg AB, GIAB Entreprenad och Logistic Contractor i vår koncerngrupp. Och som övergripande mål för samtliga av våra affärsområden så är det att skapa hållbara affärer med lönsam tillväxt. Och i vår affärsidé så har vi sedan länge haft stort fokus på just hållbarhet. Men mycket av det som är centralt idag i vår strategi har funnits med ända från starten för 40 år sedan. Som till exempel förståelsen för vikten av långsiktiga relationer, där en viktig del i vår utveckling har varit strategiskt partnerskap med stora uppdragsgivare, där McDonald's var en av de första. Och den här typen av långsiktiga partnerskap förstärkte inte bara vår kunskap om att skapa specialiserade team och standardiserat byggande, men gjorde också att vi tidigt utvecklade vårt systematiska arbete med kvalitets- och miljöfrågor. Och Wästbygggruppen har 3 övergripande mål som vi mäter över tid, där hållbara affärer, vilket är det vi fokuserar på här idag, är den första, och det andra är tillväxt, där vi har satt målet på 10% över tid, men där det är viktigt för oss att tillväxt inte ska ske på bekostnad av lönsamheten. Och den tredje är god lönsamhet, där vi har satt att den ska vara över 6% sett över tid. Och utifrån de här målen så måste vi också målen vara långsiktiga och realistiska, men även utmanande. Och att det också är en rimlig nivå för framtiden. Men för att då nå målet om hållbara affärer så anser vi att hållbarhet ska genomsyra hela vår verksamhet och då även det finansiella. Och som ett exempel så kan det nämnas att på årsstämman i år så tog man beslut att incitamentsprogrammet ska ta hänsyn till vårt mål om att vara fossilfria 2030 inom el, värme, transporter och avfall. Och det visar ju hur viktigt vi, vår styrelse, men även våra ägare tycker att just hållbarhet är. 2021 lanserade vi vårt gröna ramverk. Ett kombinerat ramverk för både skuld- och tillgångssidan samt tredjepartsgranskat utav norska Cicero Shades of Green. Och det gröna ramverket möjliggör ju inte bara grön finansiering, utan det gör ju också att vi kan mäta hur gröna våra intäkter, rörelsekostnader, investeringar och orderstocken är. Och genom att tydligt definiera vad Wästbygggruppen klassar som grönt så ökar ju transparensen runt vårt hållbarhetsåtagande externt. Samtidigt så fungerar ju ramverket som ett internt styrinstrument för att kunna ta hållbara affärsbeslut i ett tidigt stadium av en potentiell affär. Och hur hållbara projekten är som vi lämnar anbud på och även skriver avtal om, det spelar ju stor roll. Och baserat på arbetet med det gröna ramverket så var vi ett av de första börsnoterade företagen i Sverige som fick den gröna märkningen Nasdaq Green Equity Designation på våra aktier. Vi har dessutom hunnit förnya den en gång, då ambitionen är ju att vi ska hålla hållbarhet och transparens i centrum på precis allt vi gör. Vi har valt att rapportera gröna andelar kvartalsvis och per Q2 2022 så låg intäkterna på 75%, kostnaderna på 73% och vår orderstock uppgick till 73% av gröna andelar. Vi är naturligtvis inte nöjda där utan vi strävar ju om att förbättra det kontinuerligt. Men för att vi då ska få med oss just hållbarhet i precis allt vi gör så har vi också med oss det i vår vision. Vi driver utvecklingen av hållbara miljöer där människor vill arbeta, bo och leva. Den första delen, att driva utvecklingen, innebär att vi ska ha en pådrivande roll i arbetet med att skapa hållbara miljöer. Och förutom de beslut som vi själva kan ta för att vår egen verksamhet ska vara hållbar ur ett socialt, ekonomiskt och ekologiskt perspektiv så handlar det ju också om att aktivt påverka våra samarbetspartners och hjälpa våra kunder till hållbara projekt. Och den sista delen, där människor vill arbeta, bo och leva, syftar ju helt enkelt på de affärsområden inom vilka vi är aktiva och vill fortsätta vara aktiva. Bostäder, kommersiellt samt logistik och industri. Och för att sammanställa allt, eller för att säkerställa att vi rör oss i rätt riktning mot vår vision så har vi formulerat ett antal mål där hållbara affärer är det bredaste. Och här har vi satt ut målet om att vara fossilfria 2030 inom el, värme, avfall och transporter. Men det är ju faktiskt bara en liten del av vad hållbara affärer innehåller och det kommer vi strax till. Men jag skulle bara vilja trycka lite extra på att det vi tidigt identifierade hållbarhet som var något affärskritiskt för att kunna rekrytera och behålla medarbetare, för att vinna affärer och för att attrahera investerare, för hur samarbetspartners, boenden, kommuner och övriga i vår omvärld ser på oss och på vårt varumärke. Den insikten har ju bara blivit starkare med åren, så hållbarhet genomsyrar idag hela verksamheten. Men det är ingen quick fix, det är vi väldigt medvetna om och det kräver ett systematiskt arbete. Och vi inser att det kommer att innebära att vi kommer att få välja bort projekt som inte uppfyller hållbarhetskraven. Varsågod John.
Ja, tack så mycket. Då ska vi se. John Nyberg heter jag som sagt, jag är hållbarhetschef på Wästbygg-gruppen sedan ungefär 2 veckor tillbaka. Ganska så grön i flera bemärkelser. Hos Wästbygg-gruppen är hållbara affärer som sagt ett strategiskt och övergripande mål. Hållbarhet är en central del i alla affärsbeslut och i våra processer sedan många år tillbaka. Men utvecklingen i världen går ju väldigt fort inom flera områden och hållbarhetsområdet speciellt. Och vi behöver ju hela tiden vara på tårna för att kunna möta nya krav och behov och önskemål. Och nyckeln till att kunna arbeta liksom både framåtlutat och dynamiskt inom hållbarhet, det är att kombinera den här entreprenörsandan inom Wästbygg som vi är stolta över med en struktur, styrmedel och verktyg. Den kombinationen tror vi starkt på. 2017 så gjorde vi vår första väsentlighetsanalys och utifrån den så identifierade vi 8 olika områden, hållbarhetsområden som vi behöver arbeta inom för att skapa ekologiskt, socialt och ekonomiskt hållbara affärer. Och det är de här 8 områdena som ni ser illustrerade i vårt hållbarhetshjul. Och genom vårt arbete med de här 8 områdena så bidrar vi också till FN:s globala mål om hållbar utveckling, Agenda 2030 alltså. De av FN:s globala mål som vi främst påverkar, det är de som ni ser här också illustrerade i vårt hjul. Utifrån den här väsentlighetsanalysen som vi gjorde så har vi satt upp ett antal långsiktiga och övergripande mål som vi styr mot i vår affärs- och verksamhetsplan. Och det är de här 4. Det är minska vår klimatpåverkan, utveckla, bygga och äga hållbara fastigheter, trygga arbetsplatser med sund konkurrens och ingen korruption och sen ökad jämställdhet och mångfald. Mycket att hålla reda på, men vi börjar att ta avstamp i den ekologiska hållbarheten och hur vi ligger till där ska jag strax berätta. Jessica nämnde målet om fossilfrihet 2030 inom områdena el, värme, avfall och transporter. Vi gjorde den första mätningen 2018 och sedan dess så har vi stadigt faktiskt minskat vårt klimatavtryck varje år. Och det är vi väldigt stolta men såklart inte nöjda med. Vi har ett egenutvecklat verktyg för produktionsfasen som vi kallar för klimatsmart byggarbetsplats. Det är vårt främsta verktyg för att få ner klimatpåverkande utsläpp från våra projekt. Och genom det här verktyget så ställer vi projektanpassade klimatkrav både på vår egen verksamhet men också på våra leverantörer. Och vi ser väldigt tydliga resultat av det arbetet. Men förutom det här interna verktyget då, klimatsmart arbetsplats, byggarbetsplats, så har vi också beslutat att alla våra egenutvecklade projekt ska miljöcertifieras med en tredjepartscertifiering. Till exempel då Svanen eller miljöbyggnad. Och vi har som sagt kontinuerligt minskat utsläppen sedan vi påbörjade mätningarna, men nu förvärvade vi ju GIAB här förra året, det är nästan ett år sedan. Och därmed har ju våran verksamhet och våra utsläpp då sannolikt ökat under 2022 jämfört med 2021. Men våran klimatpåverkan ska därefter fortsätta vända neråt och målet om fossilfrihet 2030 ligger ju fast. Vi har ju en samlad inverkan på klimatet både i produktionsskedet och i driftskedet av det vi bygger. Under produktionsskedet ser vi nu ett ökat antal projekt som jobbar med klimatreduktioner genom till exempel användandet av återbrukat material eller inköp av material som har producerats med en lägre klimatpåverkan än standard. I driftskedet så ser vi att det är ett ökat intresse för klimatreduktion genom produktion av förnybar el. Vi driver också på klimatfrågan i bygg- och anläggningsbranschen, bland annat genom aktivt deltagande i branschinitiativet LFM30 och branschorganisationen Sweden Green Building Council. Bra, sen ska vi prata lite grann om social hållbarhet och även inom de sociala frågorna så har vi satt skarpa och utmanande mål för verksamheten. Vi vill ju vara en kraft för jämställdhet och mångfald på Wästbyggruppen och därför har vi satt målet att 2025 så ska vi spegla Sveriges befolkning inom könsfördelning och mångfald. Och för att öka antalet kvinnor som söker sig till våran väldigt mansdominerade bransch så krävs det förebilder som syns och som tar plats. Och det mätetal som vi framförallt följer och styr på det är då kvinnor på ledande positioner. Idag så är vi 27% kvinnor på ledande positioner. Jessica är en av dem. Ja. Vi har en bit kvar till målet 2025 men vi är också stolta över den resa som vi har gjort de senaste 4 åren. För 4 år sedan var den här siffran 16%. Vi har också en kvinnlig styrelseordförande på Wästbygggruppen. Det är inte så vanligt. Men Cecilia Marlow är vår styrelseordförande. Från och med förra året så mäter vi också andel medarbetare med utländsk bakgrund och idag är vi 12%. Men jämställdhet och mångfald handlar inte bara om siffror och representation utan också om inkludering av olika perspektiv i processer och beslut. Jag ska se att jag har ordning på mina kort här bara, det var lite stökigt här. Där har vi det. En annan fråga som vi har hört mycket om det är de oegentligheter som har förekommit på byggarbetsplatser runt om i Sverige. Det är svart arbetskraft, det är korruption, ekonomisk brottslighet. Och vi har under det här året, det senaste året, ökat fokus på de här frågorna ytterligare. Vi har stärkt upp vår egen organisation inom HR, inköp, juridik och arbetsmiljö. Vi har också 2 viktiga verktyg, vårt etiska råd och vår visselblåsarfunktion för att säkerställa att vi gör allt vi kan för att minimera risken för oegentligheter. Så god etik, det är avgörande för att skapa en hållbar lönsamhet. Och det för oss över till det tredje perspektivet, ekonomisk hållbarhet. Vi har arbetat nu enligt vårt gröna ramverk som Jessica berättade om i nästan 2 års tid. Och vi ser redan att det här ger effekt både internt och externt. Vi har en ökad andel gröna projekt och vi har emitterat gröna obligationer. Och det här är någonting som vi tror kommer generera ännu mer intresse från marknaden framöver. Eftersom bedömning enligt det gröna ramverket ingår i samtliga affärsbeslut så får vi också en aktiv styrning av vilka projekt vi väljer att gå in i, även ur ett hållbarhetsperspektiv. Och arbetet med det gröna ramverket omfattar även en första granskning i förhållande till EU-taxonomin. Och Cicero Shades of Green har ju tredjepartsgranskat oss och 2 år i rad så har vi fått betyget excellent gällande hållbarhetsstyrning och strategi. Men för att ytterligare säkerställa en långsiktig finansiell stabilitet så har vi också påbörjat arbetet med klimatriskhantering och rapportering enligt TCFD, Task Force on Climate Related Financial Disclosures. Och det här kommer ytterligare att stärka vår förmåga att agera proaktivt och att fokusera på de möjligheter som hela den här hållbara transformationen för med sig. Därmed tackar jag för oss och öppnar upp ifall det är några frågor.
Tack.
Tack så mycket Jessica och John. Otroligt intressant och spännande att höra om er verksamhet. Ni ligger onekligen långt fram på många viktiga områden. Då har jag en fråga här då. Ni beskriver om ert egenutvecklade ledningssystem med rutiner och körscheman kring miljöarbetet. Kan ni berätta lite mer om det här?
Du tänker på klimatsmart byggarbetsplats, var det du menade? Precis. Ja, men det är ett sätt att liksom ta ett helhetsgrepp om de fossila utsläppen på våra byggarbetsplatser och att successivt kunna växla upp det arbetet. Och det är ju som sagt både våra egna utsläpp och våra leverantörers utsläpp. Och i takt med att vi ökar våra ambitioner så vill vi också se fler och fler projekt som jobbar enligt klimatsmart byggarbetsplats. Så det är ett uttalat mål i vår affärs- och verksamhetsplan.
Ja, precis. Och det är också ett sätt för platspersonalen och projektorganisationen att veta vad liksom ha ett färdigt koncept, att det här är det vi förväntas ha på byggarbetsplatsen och göra valen ett antal färre för dem, utan så att de enkelt kan egentligen bara klicka i och säga så här, det här behöver vi ha för det här. I det här fallet så har vi en grön märkning på det här bygget och då behöver vi ha de här, och då kan de välja det och veta utan att liksom behöva försöka söka den informationen själva. Så det är ju egentligen ett sätt att standardisera det arbetet och underlätta för organisationen som är ute på plats.
Ja, det är många fastighetsbolag som är här och presenterar idag, men de flesta skulle jag säga jobbar med förvaltning. Ni jobbar ju kanske mer med projekt och utveckling. Vad skulle ni säga är den stora skillnaden då? Jobba med utveckling och projekt kontra ren förvaltning?
Ur ett hållbarhetsperspektiv så är det ju fokus på olika delar här i kedjan. Vi har ju en hel del utsläpp kopplat till produktionsskedet till exempel, om vi pratar klimat nu. Och det är ju både de momentana utsläppen på byggarbetsplatsen men också de inbakade utsläppen som kommer med de byggmaterial som vi använder. När man sen har den färdiga fastigheten, då har man andra hållbarhetsutmaningar att ta sig an som är kopplade till driften.
Men sen kommer vi kommer ju in i det skedet som fastighetsägarna vill ha sen. Vi är ju inne redan på skissstadiet av fastigheten, bestämmer sig ju den kommande fastighetsägaren vad man liksom siktar på för vilken typ av certifiering man vill ha på sin fastighet, och då får man ju göra de valen redan från början, allt från vilken om man ska ha takpapp, takduk eller ska man sätta solpaneler på taket eller vilken typ av byggmaterial ska man ha. Så det valet, vi kommer ju in liksom redan på planeringsstadiet för att de sen ska kunna förvalta den delen i produktionen.
Och skapa goda förutsättningar så att säga för att förvaltningen också ska bli bra.
Precis.
Ni skriver också att ni har som mål att skapa hållbara affärer. Hur skulle ni mer detaljerat kunna beskriva vad det egentligen betyder och vad ni menar liksom, med era mål kring hållbarhet? Vad är de?
Ja, men det är ju att vi vill ju liksom bidra redan i affärerna med våra kunder, att vi sätter så litet klimatavtryck som möjligt. Liksom. Att vi får kunden föreslå en kund som kanske inte är så inne på vissa saker och får dem att välja någonting som är bättre för miljön. Att vi väljer material som har lägre klimatpåverkan till exempel än något annat och sådär. Så att det är ju liksom inte bara tjäna pengar, utan vi vill ju att det är ju ett sätt för oss att kunna påverka våra beställare och samarbetspartners att göra bra val för hållbarheten helt enkelt.
Tack så mycket. Då stannar vi där, Jessica och John. Tack så mycket.
Tack.
So, in a few minutes we will be back. Stay tuned. Nasdaq Green Designation Capital Markets Day's next stop is the reuse company GIAB Nordic, and they will present in Swedish. I'll switch over to Swedish. Och på svenska så kallar vi det för återbruksbolaget GIAB Nordic. Välkommen säger jag till Andreas Anderholm Pedersen som är Sustainability Manager. Är du
Tack,
där?
jag är med och jag hoppas jag syns. Tack så jättemycket för att jag får vara med här och vi får vara med här idag.
Så, kul att ha dig här. Så sätt igång, det här ska bli spännande att höra.
Ja, jag kör igång direkt. Som sagt, mitt namn är Andreas Anderholm Pedersen. Jag jobbar som hållbarhetschef på GIAB Nordic som vi heter. Och utöver att jobba som hållbarhetschef på GIAB så sitter jag även med i den svenska kommittén som ska utveckla nya standarder kring hur man får arbeta med cirkulär ekonomi och en definition på cirkulär ekonomi. Jag sitter också som ordförande i en expertgrupp som fokuserar på just återbruk och hur efterfrågan på återbruk, det vill säga begagnade produkter, kan öka i Sverige. Lite mer kort om mig. Jag har jobbat med hållbarhetsfrågor i snart 10 år och egentligen bara inom ideell och offentlig sektor. Men det som lockade över mig till näringslivet var egentligen 2 anledningar. Och den ena anledningen var att jag tror att näringslivet spelar och kommer att spela en nyckelroll i den omställning som måste ske framåt. Och den andra anledningen är precis det som står på skärmen framför er nu. Det vill säga det som är unikt för GIAB. Att hållbarhet är vår affär. Vår affär är hållbar. Det här blir väldigt tydligt också när vi fick vår Nasdaq Green Equity Designation där Cicero gjorde bedömningen av oss och kom fram till att 100% av våra investeringar är mörkgröna och 96% av vår omsättning är mörkgrön. Det vill säga det vi gör, det återbruk vi gör går att likställa med en investering i solkraft eller vindenergi. Innan jag går lite närmare på exakt vad vi håller på med på GIAB så vill jag börja med en graf. Och den här grafen är väldigt viktig för oss för att den visar, tycker jag egentligen, vårt existensberättigande, vårt syfte, varför vi gör den här affären, den här verksamheten varför vi bedriver den verksamheten så som vi gör. Väldigt kort beskrivet. Den här grafen visar mängden material som utvinns globalt sett årligen. Både historiskt och en prognostiserad utveckling framåt. Och det gula fältet här nedan är det man kallar för en hållbar nivå. Det vill säga vad jorden klarar av egentligen. Alltså att vi tar resurser från vår jord i takt med att gräset växer. I takt med att träden växer upp. Vi överskred den här nivån år 2000 och globalt sett så använder vi ungefär dubbelt så mycket resurser än vad jorden klarar av. I Sverige så är den siffran 4-dubbelt så mycket och ni känner säkert igen det som WWF brukar trycka på, det vill säga att vi använder 4 jordklot i Sverige utifrån den konsumtionen som vi har här idag. Och den här kurvan är problematisk av ett gäng olika anledningar och det är framförallt att ungefär 50-70% av klimatutsläppen kommer från hanteringen och användningen av material. Men även 90% av artförlusterna, det vill säga förlusten av biologisk mångfald, går också att direkt relatera till den här kurvan. Och förlusten av biologisk mångfald är ju det här andra stora ödesmättade hotet mot mänskligheten. Så att vi måste göra allt vi kan för att få ner den här kurvan. Och den här kurvan då också säger är att satsningar på förnyelsebar energi är inte tillräckligt för att få ner våra utsläpp. Vi måste också fokusera på hur vi hanterar våra resurser. Vi måste börja tänka cirkulärt. Och som vi brukar säga att en cirkulär ekonomi är halva lösningen på klimatkrisen. Och genom att arbeta med återvinning, återbruk, att vi designar produkter så att de håller en längre tid så kan vi få ner den här kurvan till mer hållbara nivåer och på köpet sänka våra utsläpp med hälften. Och då kommer vi över till vad som är vår affärsidé egentligen. Och det är kort och gott att vi ger produkter ett nytt liv genom cirkulär ekonomiska principer. Och vår affär är direkt kopplad till den här kurvan. Där vi hävdar att vår affär minskar resursutnyttjandet med då tillhörande klimatpåverkan. För när vi ser till att livet på en produkt förlängs så minskar vi behovet av ny produktion och behovet av att vi utvinner nya material från vår jord. Vi har idag 3 affärsområden. Ett affärsområde som vi kallar för Circular Insurance. Här säljer vi tjänster till försäkringsbolag och det är tjänster kopplat till hemförsäkring. Så har du någonting som går sönder på din hemförsäkring, telefoner är i vårt vanligaste flöde här. Då skickas den telefonen in till oss. Vi reparerar den och skickar tillbaka den eller en annan telefon av motsvarande modell eller prestanda. Här hanterar vi också storskador. Så det kan vara lagerlokaler eller andra större lokaler där det kanske har skett en vattenskada eller en brand eller liknande. Då kan vi ta in allting och se till att vi återbrukar det som går att återbruka. Vi förlänger livet på det som går att förlänga livet på. Och med samma kärna så har vi ett annat affärsområde som vi kallar för Recommerce. Där vi erbjuder en komplett retur- och eftermarknadstjänst för framförallt e-handlare och olika typer av producenter eller varuhus. Där vi tar hand om returer, reklamationer, skadat gods. Allt sånt som inte går att hantera enligt de linjära flödena. Här ger vi produkter ett nytt liv åt aktörer såsom Bauhaus, Electrolux, Kitchen Time, Bosch, Siemens, CDON till exempel. Tar in de produkterna till oss, reparerar, rekonditionerar, återbrukar dem vi kan och säljer de produkterna sen vidare. Framförallt via vår egen e-handel som är returhuset.se. Och det är därifrån den här glada bilden kommer när Returhuset vann priset som årets medvetna butik förra året. Ett pris som gavs ut av prisjakt.se. Sen har vi även ett tredje affärsområde som vi kallar för GIAB Consulting där vi ger konsulttjänster inom cirkulär ekonomi. Och vi ser ett väldigt stort värde i att i kombination med de mer praktiska operativa tjänsterna som vi erbjuder till våra kunder inom just återbruk erbjuda ett strategiskt stöd där vi har spetskompetens inom just cirkulär ekonomi. Ett exempel på ett uppdrag som vi har gjort här är att IKEA valde att plocka in oss som samarbetspartner när de startade upp världens första second hand IKEA-varuhus på Retuna i Eskilstuna. Där vi stöttade dem i att starta upp den processen. Vi arbetar då med storskaligt återbruk. Vi återbrukade totalt 130 000 produkter förra året. Och vi har en återbruksgrad på 83%. Och när vi säger återbruksgrad så menar vi att 83% av allt som vi fick in, det kunde vi återbruka. Och tänk då på att det här är produkter som i de allra flesta fallen hade slängt eller hade bränts upp, hade gått till återvinning. Vi är i steget innan. Vi möjliggör att de här produkterna kan leva längre och också få ett ekonomiskt värde genom att vi sätter dem på marknaden igen. Jag brukar säga att vi har moderniserat de traditionella återbruksprocesserna genom digitalisering. Det har alltid funnits återbruksaktörer av olika slag som sömmerskor eller verkstäder som gör det här i liten skala. Men vi kan göra det i stor skala och med lönsamhet. Och grunden i detta är vår digitala plattform som vi kallar för GIAB Circular Platform idag. Här beskrivet som ett antal moduler som en produkt går igenom. Det är den processen, vår cirkulär ekonomiska process som en produkt rör sig igenom efter att vi tar hand om den. Kort beskrivet, en produkt kommer in till oss i det svarta blocket. Den går vidare till åtgärdsblocket där vi rekonditionerar, reparerar, vidare till en värderingsblocket där vi sätter ett pris på produkten men ger också produkten en skickgradering. Någonting som är väldigt viktigt för att ge tydlighet och transparens till konsumenten att men det här är en återbrukad produkt i skick B eller A. Det gör att kunden också känner sig tryggare i vad det är för typ av produkt den också kan förvänta sig senare. Och sen säljer vi då de här produkterna antingen via vår egen e-handel returhuset.se. Vi har ett fysiskt varuhus i Skåne i Staffanstorp. Men vi säljer också mycket produkter via Tradera och Blocket. Sen skickar vi sedan en ekonomisk rapport till våra kunder och framförallt en hållbarhetsrapport till våra kunder där vi hela tiden jobbar med att tydliggöra värdet av den här återbruksprocessen som vi bidrar med till våra kunder. Och tack vare vår digitala plattform, det här spårbarhetssystemet som vi har, också kan kvantifiera effekten och räkna på hur mycket CO2 vi faktiskt sparar in genom att återbruka 500 datorer åt en kund till exempel. Jag kommer närmare in på exakt hur det ser ut alldeles strax. GIAB, här ser ni ett antal exempel på kunder till oss. Vi har haft en stark tillväxt sedan vi startade för 10 år sedan och här ser ni även ett antal utmärkelser som vi har fått sedan starten. Det är Gasell under ett antal år, årets återbrukare på återvinningsgalan, årets medvetna butik som jag nämnde innan. Vi är sedan sommaren anslutna till Science-Based Target som styr hur vi ska hantera våra egna utsläpp av vår egen organisation. Och det som vi kanske är mest stolta över är att vi blev valda till årets samhällsaktör inom kategorin hållbarhet av Dagens Industri och Gullers grupp förra året. Något som vi också är väldigt stolta över och det som är unikt med vår affärsmodell är att när vi växer så växer också den positiva miljöpåverkan som vi bidrar med till planeten och marknaden egentligen. Så vår omsättning går hand i hand med positiv miljöpåverkan, vilket också blir tydligt i de siffrorna som Cicero tog fram i deras utvärdering i och med Nasdaq Green Designation. Så en investering i oss är en hållbar investering helt enkelt. Det här vill vi såklart tydliggöra för alla våra kunder som vi arbetar med. Så därför ger vi då hållbarhetsrapporter eller återbruksrapporter till våra kunder. Här är ett exempel från Länsförsäkringar där vi återbrukat strax under 100 000 produkter. Då säger vi men hur många av de här produkterna som vi har fått in har vi lyckats återbruka? Hur mycket skickar vi till återvinning? Och framförallt, vad innebär det här i klimatbesparingar? Och kanske ännu mer konkret att vi jobbar mycket med att omsätta det här till i det här exemplet. Det här är lika mycket CO2 som om all trafik i Malmö skulle stå stilla under en vecka. Vi ger hållbarhetsrapporter, återbruksrapporter på kvartalsbasis och årsbasis till våra kunder. Och anledningen till det är att vi ser att hållbarhetsrapportering allt mer börjar efterlikna den finansiella rapporteringen. Så vi vill ge våra kunder möjligheten att plocka in det här direkt i deras kvartalsrapporter eller årsrapporter. Men man är såklart, det finns alla möjligheter att använda de här siffrorna på de sätten som man själv ser nödvändigt. Vi har också ett väldigt aktivt internt hållbarhetsarbete. Vi har 3 hållbarhetsmål som styr vår verksamhet och vi har byggt upp de här hållbarhetsmålen enligt hållbarhetens 3 dimensioner. Så vi har ett ekonomiskt hållbarhetsmål som handlar om det värde som vi ger till våra kunder, det värde som vi ger till marknaden. Och det är ju just det här att vi har en affär som är hållbar. Vi hjälper våra kunder att sänka sina CO2-utsläpp genom storskaligt återbruk. Vi har ett socialt hållbarhetsmål som fokuserar mer på den interna organisationen och att vi ska ha en arbetsmiljö som är bra och där våra anställda mår bra. Men också att vi samarbetar mycket med aktörer som Samhall till exempel, där vi möjliggör arbetstillfällen för människor som idag står långt ifrån arbetsmarknaden. Och vi har ett ekologiskt hållbarhetsmål som handlar om vår egen organisation och de utsläpp som vi själva har. Där vi ska gå mot klimatneutrala transporter och att all energi vi använder är förnyelsebar. Och vid sidan av de här målen så ser ni en pyramid. På GIAB så bygger vi också pyramider. Här har vi inspirerats av Vinnovas effektlogik. Och det här kopplar ju då till den första grafen, den första bilden som jag visade. Det vill säga effekten, syftet med vår verksamhet är att vi ska få ner den här kurvan. Vi ska minska resursutnyttjandet med tillhörande klimatpåverkan. Och alla våra hållbarhetsmål ska gå att relatera till detta. Så kopplat till varje hållbarhetsmål så har vi 5 konkreta och mätbara delmål där vi löpande jobbar med just uppföljning och mätning så att vi kan se hur vi presterar kring våra hållbarhetsmål och i slutändan vår effekt. Och i botten kring detta, basen, kärnan i det vi gör är ju vår verksamhet. Alla de som jobbar på vårt företag i kundtjänst eller lager eller vad det än kan vara. Där jag brukar säga till alla våra medarbetare att oavsett vilken roll man har så bidrar man till vår effekt. Vilket vi hoppas är tydligt genom just den här strukturen. Det var allt för mig idag. Så jag tackar så mycket för den här möjligheten. Det var väldigt kul att få presentera här idag.
Kul att du tycker det, Andreas. Jag kommer att fortsätta med några frågor till dig bara.
Ja, absolut.
Det här var ju en ögonöppnare för mig och för många andra tittare, tror jag, att man har tagit det här med återbruk till de här nivåerna som ni har gjort. Om man ska börja med det här Recommerce till exempel då. Ni har ett samarbete med Electrolux till exempel. Skulle du kunna beskriva lite mer i detalj hur det samarbetet ser ut?
Ja, men absolut. Alltså det klassiska samarbetet inom Recommerce är ju att vi antingen hanterar pallvis med produkter så att en aktör samlar ihop produkter som kanske samlas på hög under en vecka och så får vi in det till oss. Vi har också exempel där vi tar hand om returer direkt från våra kunder så att när någon skickar in en retur då hamnar den direkt hos oss. Och här har vi ju då GIAB Circular Platform som är basen i detta. Så där vi erbjuder möjligheten för våra kunder att använda vårt system så att det här sker på ett väldigt enkelt och smidigt sätt. Så att det fungerar på många olika sätt där vi skräddarsyr våra lösningar utifrån vad våra kunder anser är möjligt egentligen.
Ja, tack. Om vi tittar mer på Circular Insurance då. Där jag som har slarvat bort min mobil kan få en begagnad mobil istället för den som jag har tappat bort eller liknande. Hur går det här till? Får man lite lägre premie hos försäkringsbolaget om man kan tänka sig, eller hur ser det ut?
Kanske enklast att förklara är ju om man jämför med alternativet hur det var tidigare eller också så som det fungerar på många ställen redan idag. Att tidigare när du hade en telefon som gick sönder, det du gjorde var ju då att kontakta försäkringsbolaget och så fick man en kontantersättning skickad till sig. Och antagandet är ju då att man tog de här kontanterna för att köpa en ny telefon. Så det vi gjorde då var att vi bröt in och fick försäkringsbolagen att se till att försäkringstagarna skickade in telefonen till oss. Och här har vi utvecklat något som vi kallar för mobilcirkeln, så att i de allra flesta fall så får man tillbaka en annan telefon av samma modell, samma prestanda. Och det är just för att det ska gå snabbt. Det tar i snitt 2 dagar för en kund eller försäkringstagare att få tillbaka sin telefon. Men något som är intressant i det här sammanhanget är att vi märker att fler och fler faktiskt vill ha tillbaka just sin telefon. Så man är beredd att vänta fler dagar för att vi ska kunna reparera just deras telefon.
Okej. Finns det liknande företag som ert i andra länder eller på andra marknader? Eller är ni nästa svenska exportsuccé?
Ja, det är väl det vi hoppas, men vi har ju absolut konkurrenter inom våra 3 olika affärsområden. Inom konsulttjänsterna så finns det ju väldigt mycket konkurrens såklart. Inom re-commerce så finns det ju många aktörer som hanterar returer idag, men vi är ju mer kompletta på så sätt att vi erbjuder vi kan hantera hela eftermarknaden egentligen, och vi gör det i kombination med att vi reparerar, rekonditionerar. Och här brukar vi titta över Atlanten och jämföra oss med Otoro som erbjuder en liknande typ av tjänst. Och sen så finns det kanske inte lika många konkurrenter inom circular insurance. Men helheten, det här liksom storskaliga återbruket kring den här bredden av aktörer, det vet jag ingen annan aktör som gör på det sättet som vi gör. Det finns många återbruksaktörer som fokuserar bara på kläder eller bara på elektronik. Vi kan hantera alla olika typer av produkter.
Yes, jag ska bara ta en tittarfråga som har kommit in här då. Beskriv gärna något om risken för green/ethic washing och hur ni hanterar den risken.
Jag ser helt ärligt ingen risk med det överhuvudtaget, och framförallt nu när jag kan luta mig mot den här externa bedömningen som Cicero gjorde av oss tidigare. Det vill säga 100% av våra investeringar, 96% av vår omsättning är mörkgrön. Det är ett extremt starkt betyg på att på det vi sagt under 10 år, att vår affär är hållbar. Sen såklart i alla fall där man räknar på hållbarhet, där är allting antaganden, och i många fall så det måste man vara medveten om. Men där är ju det vi vill säga med våra hållbarhetsrapporter, det är ju att en återbrukad produkt är alltid bättre än en ny. Det är principen som är det viktiga. Det är där vi får till. Vi måste börja tänka mer cirkulärt. Vi måste förvalta våra resurser som vi har tagit fram. Och där ser jag våra hållbarhetsrapporter som ett väldigt effektivt och pedagogiskt verktyg i att försöka få till det. Så att jag ser ingen risk för greenwashing överhuvudtaget egentligen. Och där tänker jag kan luta mig både mot Cicero, men också mycket i det som i de förslag kring taxonomin som har tagits fram nu, som också stödjer den modell vi har och som vi gör dem.
Yes, tusen tack Andreas. Jätteintressant att ha dig med.
Tack.
All right, everybody, we will be back in a few minutes with the next company. Nasdaq Green Designation Capital Markets Day moves on, and now the time has turned to Lamor Corporation. And to talk to us about the company, we have Chief Development Officer Johanna Grönroos. Welcome, Johanna.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Happy to have you. Please go on with your presentation.
Yes. So my name is Johanna Grönroos. I'm working as the Chief Development Officer at Lamor, also responsible for the sustainability development at Lamor, and that's why this green equity designation is really important topic, especially for me as well as everybody working for Lamor. Great to be here and nice to have this kind of event where all or many of the companies with the green equity designation have the possibility to tell a bit about how we are running our business. First, I would like to introduce a bit what is Lamor actually all about. We are officially a Finnish company, founded already in 1982, so 40 years of Lamor history already in place. We are a leading provider of end-to-end environmental solutions for cleaning the world. So basically, our history has started with oil spill response work. We have at first sold equipment for oil spill responses, and then later on we have realized that actually the customers do need the services as well on top of selling the technology. We have decided to move towards more service provider. And currently we have operations in more than 100 countries through partners and agencies and of course our own subsidiaries as well. So we are truly a global company, even though we still are a small company, but truly global, working mainly in Latin America and in the Middle East. Those are the biggest areas where we are working, and then of course in several Asian countries and several American countries as well. We provide our customers turnkey environmental solutions, so basically services and equipment for oil spill response. That's where our work started with, and that is really a key service and solution for us as well today. On top of providing oil spill response equipment and services, we provide services to treat contaminated soil and water, and then we support customers with waste management, trying to make sure that their waste management reuses the materials as effectively as possible. We were listed on Nasdaq First North Premier last year, December, so we are quite a new listed company currently and listed in the Finnish marketplace. And at the same time, when we prepared the IPO, we also started to find out whether Nasdaq Green Equity designation is something for us, and we were really happy receiving this designation January this year. Then I will actually continue with what we are actually doing. These two contracts which are highlighted on this page are actually one of the reasons why we decided to become a public company. We have been and still are owned by Larsen family, who has also established the company in the 1980s. And to be able to increase and grow significantly, it was decided that additional financing is needed, and that's why we also ended up listed in the First North marketplace. And as I mentioned, these two contracts, huge service contracts, are the ones which basically turned us into a bigger company. So basically, we are cleaning the largest global anthropogenic oil spill in Kuwait, meaning that when the war took place in 1991, the Gulf War in Kuwait, there were huge oil spills in the area. It took quite a significant amount of time from 91 to 2022 before a remediation project was initiated. And basically, United Nations is managing these projects. There are several of them, and we are providing services together with our local partner in 2 of the ongoing projects in Kuwait. So basically, we are doing soil remediation in Kuwait, trying to clean up and remediate a huge amount of land areas in Kuwait. The projects started end of last year. Currently, we are building up the capabilities to do the soil remediation, and the actual remediation work will start early next year. So preparations heavily ongoing in Kuwait. The other specific long-term contract we have ongoing is in the area of Red Sea. So basically, we are providing a 3-year service contract to make sure the oil spill response capabilities are in place in the Red Sea area. And there, of course, our technologies are used to provide the services. And then on top of that, there are certain assets and manpower needed to provide the service in the area. So in case there would be an oil spill, hopefully not, but in case there would be an oil spill in the Red Sea area, then our technology and our manpower would be used to avoid bigger catastrophes in the area. And maybe these 2 huge projects tell quite clearly what we are doing. There is a huge soil remediation work ongoing. So basically, something has unfortunately happened a long time ago. Lamor coming and trying to solve the problem so that we can clean the soil areas as efficiently as possible. And the other one being more like protecting the environment of catastrophes happening, or if they take place, then we try to avoid the environmental impacts of the incident taking place. So these just as examples what we are actually doing currently. Then I'll give you a short financial update, and then we move on to the strategy and our sustainability work, how we see how we can develop further and how we can protect the world even more efficiently. So a couple of words about our financials, just that you understand the growth we are currently in. So if you have a look at the revenue growth rate for H1, basically 265% of revenue increase compared to previous year, similar term. And of course, we are looking for a profitable growth. So the adjusted operating profit is the key which we are following there, and a significant increase there as well. You can see on the right-hand side the revenue split, which tells in which areas we're actually working. For this specific H1, Amer is the area which was the biggest. That is due to the fact that unfortunately in Peru there was a huge oil spill, which we were working with heavily during Q1, and that meant that the service revenue from Amer is huge for this year. And then as I mentioned, the Middle East area where these 2 big contracts I told about in Kuwait and in Saudi Arabia, the revenue is mainly derived from those projects in that area. We have been traditionally a technology provider, but now moving heavily towards being a service provider going forward. So basically providing huge solutions for the customers instead of only providing the equipment for them. Really shortly about this slide, this shows the order intake and order backlog increase, which took place in Q3 last year. So basically the huge projects were won at that time and increasing the order backlog heavily. And same applies for the revenue growth. So the growth being really significant now during this year and already during the 2 last quarters of last year. So growth company, of course, growing sustainably, but still really looking for opportunities to grow further. We are looking for 120 million revenue for this year and adjusted EBIT of 14 million. Then what we are trying to be in the long-term perspective from the financial point of view, we are looking for growth which is significantly faster than the market, searching for a 100 million revenue level, which we already have in our outlook for this year. And as I mentioned, we are looking for a profitable growth, of course, searching for dividend annual dividends as well, but still keeping in mind that we are a growth company, and that is one of our most important targets also for the coming years. Then moving on to the positive impact. At Lamor, I think that sustainability is actually the key, which is driving our work at Lamor. So basically, since our mission is let's clean the world, whatever we do at Lamor as a team or as separate team members, we always keep in mind why we're actually working for and what we are doing, and we are really working towards a cleaner tomorrow, and that's something that really drives us. So I would say that the sustainability and clean nature and environment is really in the core of our business. And of course, that sustainability is also included in our strategy. So there are things like optimization of resource usage, working as effectively as possible, and then of course increasing also our footprint and handprint as much as possible to do a lot of good things around the world. Our mission, vision, and values are heavily linked to protecting the nature, taking care of our society. So let's clean the world is our mission. It's really based on cooperation. One of our key strategic things is that we work together with our partners and customers. We can't clean the world on our own, but we can do it if we have a global network around us, and we can do it together. Our vision is a world with clean waters and soil during our lifetime. So this is something we are working genuinely towards continuously, and of course following our values, which are passion, innovation, and trust. And I think our values are quite good fit to the Green Equity designation as well. We think that without innovation, it's hard to become greener or support the green transition. We need to keep on innovating things, how to do things more efficiently. There are mega trends like unfortunate climate change and scarce resources, and we need to continuously work toward taking care of using resources wisely. And then, of course, biodiversity is something that really heavily drives our business logic and how we try to support the clients to have as positive impact on environment and society as possible. What sustainability then means for us at Lamor. I picked up a couple of pictures here, one of them being the stakeholders. So I would like to pick up a couple of these. Employees, of course, being one of the key drivers for us. I mentioned already the partners and the global network, which is really critical to us. So we are working together, not alone, but together with the partners. Then, of course, environment and society being the key drivers for us providing the services. And of course, we try to support the customers to have as positive impact as possible when they do their business. So our thinking is really that we are working together, supporting in a long term the customers and partners to be successful, but at the same time making sure that their negative impact is small, whereas the positive impact would be as big as possible. Then if we think about our sustainability approach, we are looking for efficient environmental solutions. We want to be the industry frontrunner, which means that there must be continuous development ongoing. And then we want to be globally local. What that means in practice, it means that yes, we have a global network, but whenever we actually enter a market, which we call a hub, then we actually work there locally together with the local society, supporting also the society to learn new technologies and to work together with us. And of course, we need to have the best team to make this happen. And as I mentioned already, we really work to increase the positive impact and to decrease the negative impact on the environment, society, and of course, economy as well. So sustainable profitability is our key. And then just a couple of words as a closing words. One example of how we see how we can promote to sustainable growth. We informed the market during the summer term that we are planning to construct a recycling plant for chemical recycling of plastics together with a Finnish small company, Recyclo. And why we are doing this? We see that plastics is a huge problem globally. The waste which is generated by using plastic products is a real problem, and we want to be part of solving that problem going forward. How we are planning to do it? We are constructing a chemical recycling plant here in Porvoo, where our headquarters is located. And then, of course, the idea here as well is that we are planning to have a certain capacity in Finland, but then following our strategy, then the method how it's done, and as soon as we have learned how we can make it work efficiently, we will copy the similar kind of processes globally in our market areas to make sure we can support with the plastics recycling in those locations as well. Chemical recycling is one of the ways to solve the plastics problem. Mechanical recycling is, of course, the so to say first part when recycling plastics, but unfortunately mechanical recycling is something that can't solve the whole problem, but there must be other ways to even further make sure that we reuse plastics and reduce the usage of crude oil in creating plastic products. So we think that the chemical recycling of plastics really support our strategic focus, and we want to be part of supporting optimizing the resource usage in line with our mission. That was shortly about my agenda.
So much, Johanna. It's very impressive activities that you have there, and it's quite obvious that you do green business. But how can you improve your own activities and keep your footprint on carbon dioxide low, for instance? You must be doing a lot of transportation with ships, trucks and so on.
I would say that of course we are calculating our footprint continuously and trying to optimize how we transport things. What we are for instance doing is, as I mentioned, we are globally local company. Whenever we can produce the products locally, we find the partners locally to avoid transportation. And at the same time, of course, we are now transferring our company towards a service provider. Then yes, emissions we create are increasing, but then at the same time the transportation is not the impact is not that huge. But continuous thinking and planning and following things, that's something you need to do for sure. So you can't say that you don't produce emissions, because you do. That's how it works.
But you are really truly globally in your business and your actions. Is it your own personnel that you staff that you send all over, or is it local contractors that you use?
I would say both ways. So of course we need to have our own employees. The key employees must be there. our amount of personnel is changing heavily depending on if there is a project ongoing like we had in Peru. There were 1,000 workers working for us, so really working as our employees. That's due to the local way of working. So depending on what is the situation, but of course we work together with the local partners heavily. So that is the way of working as well.
Okay. Thank you so much, Johanna, for your presentation.
It was great to be here. Thank you.
Okay. So we're on in a few minutes, so stay tuned again. Välkomna tillbaka till Nasdaq Green Designation Capital Markets Day. Nu står jag här med Johan Knaust, VD på K2A. Välkommen.
Tack så hemskt mycket.
Varsågod och presentera.
Ja, tack. K2A är det gröna fastighetsbolaget. Vi utvecklar hyresrätter för egen långsiktig förvaltning. När vi startade bolaget för lite mer än 9 år sedan så var det en stor bostadsbrist runt omkring i Sverige. Och vi såg att vi hade en möjlighet att skapa ett eget boendekoncept utifrån vad kunderna faktiskt vill ha. Samtidigt ville vi hitta en rationell produktionsmetod för att sänka riskerna och kostnaderna i våra projekt, samtidigt som vi ville kunna leverera en bostad av hög kvalitet men också till en rimlig månadskostnad. För oss har trä varit en viktig del av vår verksamhet och jag kommer att berätta lite mer om det framöver. Idag så förvaltar vi lite mer än 4 600 bostäder och vi är verksamma i runt 20 kommuner i Sverige. Varför är hållbarhet viktigt? Att arbeta med hållbarhet är att framtidssäkra sin affärsmodell. Om vi tar exempel ur en av våra kunders perspektiv så är det ju så att våra kunder idag, de gör ju klimatsmarta val varje dag. När man är ute och handlar eller när man funderar på hur man ska resa, ska man flyga, ska man åka tåg och så vidare. Och vi vet att våra kunder kommer vilja göra samma val i framtiden när det kommer till deras boende. Man kommer vilja bo i en giftfri miljö och man kommer vilja bo i ett boende där man vet att det har varit en låg klimatpåverkan. En annan del inom hållbarhet det är också att jobba med till exempel energieffektiviseringar. Och det innebär ju också att man sänker risken i sin verksamhet att vara energieffektiv. Och det ser man ju särskilt idag. Om man kan konsumera mindre el och mindre fjärrvärme så har man goda förutsättningar med tanke på hur marknaden ser ut idag. En annan viktig del för oss det är långsiktighet. Och långsiktighet innebär också att man kan sänka sina risker i sitt företag. Bland annat så var vi väldigt tidiga ut i år med att egentligen bromsa in alla våra nya produktionsstarter. Och vi var också väldigt tidiga på att säkerställa tillgången till kapital framöver. Men därför för oss kan man säga att det viktiga för oss det är att bygga ett stabilt bolag på lång sikt. Och det kan vi göra därför i vårt tidsperspektiv räknar vi i decennier och inte i kvartal. Här har vi en bild på ett av våra hus i Västerås som är helt byggt i trä. När vi startade K2A så var det många som var skeptiska till trä som byggmaterial. Men idag ser det helt annorlunda ut. De flesta inser att trä kommer vara en del av lösningen om man vill ha så lågt klimatavtryck som möjligt. Trä har många fördelar om man jämför till exempel med stål och betong. Trä är ett lätt material. Det är lätt att transportera. Och det går snabbare att bygga. Och framförallt det är ett förnybart material som finns i Sverige. Och det har en mycket lägre klimatpåverkan än alla andra material. Om man tittar på det här huset som då är byggt helt i trä så har dess klimatavtryck är 80% lägre än om man hade byggt det här huset i trä eller betong. För ett år sedan satte vi ett tufft mål för oss själva. Hela vår värdekedja ska vara klimatpositiv senast 2027. Det är branschens mest offensiva mål. Och vi kan göra det därför vi har arbetat med hållbarhet sedan vi startade bolaget. Och hållbarhet är verkligen en del av vårt DNA. Om man tittar på några viktiga milstolpar i vårt hållbarhetsarbete. Så redan 2018 så lanserade vi vår egna elbilspool för våra boende. Och jag tror fortfarande vi är en av de få i Sverige som kan tillhandahålla en sådan tjänst. 2018 så var vi också först i Sverige med att erhålla ett grönt lån. Och det gjorde att vi kunde sänka vår finansieringskostnad med över 10%. Strax därefter så blev vi också första den första industriella träbyggaren i Sverige att erhålla en Svanelicens. 2019 börsnoterade vi bolaget på Nasdaqs huvudlista och året därefter så blev vi först i världen av alla bolag i världen med att få vår aktie klassad som grön. 2021 var också ett händelserikt år och det var då Nasdaq bestämde sig för att lansera sin egna märkning och då bland annat Nasdaq Green Equity Designation. Och återigen så var vi ett av de första bolagen som fick den här märkningen. Jag pratade en del om vårt mål med att vara klimatpositivt. Och det innebar för vår del att egentligen vi behöver göra mer av det som vi redan gör idag. Vi arbetar intensivt med att i nuläget att samla in ytterligare data om våra fastigheter och så vidare. Och fortsätter med ytterligare energieffektiviseringar och så vidare. När man pratar om olika utsläppsbovar så pratar man ofta om de 4 benen. Och många har säkert hört talas om de här förut. Så det är bilen, det är biffen, börsen och bostaden. De 3 första, bilen, biffen, börsen, det pratas ganska mycket om. Både inom politiken och i den allmänna samhällsdebatten. Men bostaden och dess klimatavtryck pratas inte lika mycket om. Om man tittar på lite statistik så är det så att av Sveriges totala utsläpp så står bygg- och fastighetssektorn för lite mer än 20%. Om man då tittar lite närmare på de här 20%, hur fördelar sig det? Då är det så att endast 25% handlar egentligen om klimateffektiviseringar. Och det är oftast det som kommer upp när man pratar om bostad och klimatet. Men som ni ser här så är det faktiskt så att mer än 50% kommer från nybyggnation. Och ytterligare 23% kommer från då ombyggnation och underhåll. Så majoritet av fastighetssektorn klimatavtryck kommer som sagt vara från nybyggnation och ombyggnation. Om man då tittar på liksom olika byggsystem och vilken klimatpåverkan de har så har vi då på den här bilden då jämfört ett hus byggt i stål och betong kontra ett hus byggt med volymelement i trä. Den byggmetoden som vi använder. Om man bara tittar rakt av så ser man att ett hus byggt i trä har en klimatpåverkan som är 30% lägre än ett hus byggt med andra material. Men om man till det, för att då få en mer rättvisande bild, även adderar det kol som binds i trästommarna så blir skillnaden mycket, mycket större. Då är skillnaden 80%. Så även om träbyggandet nu har ökat under de sista åren så är det fortfarande så att det är mindre än en 50% av alla nyproducerade flerfamiljshus som byggs med trästommar. Min önskan är ju att det faktiskt skulle vara fler fastighetsbolag som sätter upp liknande mål så som vi på K2 har gjort. Och jag vill inte bara att K2 ska vara en föregångare utan vi vill också vara en inspiratör för många andra. För det behövs. Det är fler personer som behöver göra mer för att vi ska få ordning på det klimatavtryck som vi har från vår sektor. Och det behöver också vara så att de här frågorna behöver lyftas ytterligare nivå och diskuteras mer än vad det gjort tidigare. Under Almedalsveckan i Visby år så gjorde vi för första gången en hel dag och satte upp en scen för att just diskutera då bostads- och samhällsfrågor. Och det var otroligt intressant att både företrädare från politiken och från näringslivet. Och man märker direkt att de här samtalen ger ringar på vattnet. Och på ett av de här seminarierna så hade vi bland annat då Nasdaq med när vi diskuterade då vad innebär det att vara ett grönt bolag. Och jag vill verkligen tacka Nasdaq för det här initiativet Green Equity Designations som jag tycker är en fantastisk väg framåt. Och den här typen av initiativ gör det ju mycket lättare för bland annat då för investerare att kunna jämföra olika gröna insatser. Den här loggan som ni ser, det är ett kvitto på att de gröna insatser man gör är faktiskt en del av företagets kärnverksamhet och inte något form av sidoprojekt. Ni ser det säkert idag att det är många som pratar om gröna projekt sådär, men man blir ju faktiskt inte ett grönt bolag om det är så att man har ett projekt som är hållbart och man har 99 som inte är hållbara. Så därför återigen är den här märkningen av hela verksamheten väldigt, väldigt viktig. Den är viktig för marknaden men också viktig för planeten.
Tack för det, Johan.
Tack själv.
Mycket intressant. Trä alltså.
Ja.
Det är grejen.
Det är grejen.
Ni fick ju faktiskt er aktie grönklassad innan Nasdaq införde Green Equity Designation via ett ramverk som var likt Nasdaqs. Hur gick det till? Vad var det här för något?
Tanken föddes faktiskt ganska tidigt. Det föddes strax efter det att vi hade gjort vårt första gröna banklån och vi även började snegla på att göra en grön obligation. Därför då såg vi att det var inte bara så att det var en liten del av vår verksamhet som var grön, utan faktiskt hela vår verksamhet är ju grön. Så borde vi inte då kunna även då klassa vår aktie. Och det här är som sagt det här är ett par år tillbaks. Vi var, och i samband med det så kontaktade jag då Cicero som är ett norskt forskningsinstitut som är de är världsledare på gröna ramverk och vi diskuterade den här frågan. Just då var det lite tidigt för dem. De var inte där. Men sen, jag tror 1,5 år senare, så skrev de en rapport som sa liksom att nästa sak inom på kapitalmarknaden, det kommer att vara gröna aktier. Och då hörde jag av mig till dem och sa, det här är ju precis det jag har pratat om. Jag ville vara med på den här resan. Och så vi tillsammans med dem utvecklade det här. Och på så sätt så blev vi först i världen.
Vad kul.
Ja, jätteroligt. Ja.
Fantastisk historia. Ni har överlag ett stort engagemang. Du berättar ju här nu att du var i Almedalen till exempel, den politiska arenan, och pratade om bostadspolitik. Då. Tror du att vi kan få liksom en politik som leder till minskade klimatutsläpp inom bostadssektorn som det har varit i transportsektorn till exempel?
Absolut, jag är helt övertygad om det. Och vi märker ju av det varje gång vi pratar om de här frågorna eller då vi gör debattinlägg och så vidare. Det blir ringar på vattnet och fler blir medvetna om den här problematiken. Och precis, det har ju haft ett system inom transportsektorn som har fungerat. Så varför inte ha kanske något liknande system inom bostadssidan?
Ja, varför inte?
Ja.
Rent ekonomiskt så är det en ganska tuff period. Du säger själv att ni var snabba och bromsa påbörjade projekt och nu pressas ni av höga räntor. Är det här något som kommer att gå ut över det gröna arbetet?
Absolut inte. Utan man kan säga, det var ju en annan räntemiljö när vi startade det här bolaget också. Och det är ändå hållbarhetsarbete, det som jag försökte förklara lite i början, det är ju ett sätt att verkligen sänka sina risker i sin verksamhet. Både när det kommer liksom på efterfrågan av den produkten, men det kommer ju vara så även mot liksom kapitalmarknaden. Kapitalmarknaden på sikt kommer ju liksom inte tillåta, eller de kommer inte vara intresserade av att finansiera bolag som inte har den här gröna framtoningen som vi har idag.
Ni gör ju uppenbarligen, du och ni i organisationen gör mycket för att påverka politiker och få till stånd en förändring. Vad gör ni i branschorgan och tillsammans med era branschkollegor?
Vi finns med i otroligt många olika forum. Och sen kan man inte vara med överallt och vi försöker sålla lite och hitta där vi kan få störst genomslag. Men det är ju det som är så kul. Vi är inte så många, vi är ett relativt litet bolag, men vi har ändå kunnat driva flera saker framför oss.
Tusen tack. Jag hoppas verkligen att gröna investerare tittar på det här och hör av sig. Tusen tack för din medverkan.
Ja, tack så hemskt mycket.
Vi kommer snart tillbaka med nästa bolag. So we continue on the Nasdaq Green Designation Capital Markets Day, and now we are on link with Finland, where the next company is located, and it's the EV charging solution company Kempower, and we welcome Mr. Jukka Kainolainen, CFO. Hello, Jukka.
Hello everyone, and nice to be here today.
Happy to have you on board. Please do your presentation, and we will talk later.
Sure. Okay, let's start first about Kempower in brief, what we are and what we do. So basically, we are rapidly growing European electric vehicle fast charging solution provider. And our history, we have been founded in 2017, so not many years ago, but actually our history comes even from 1990s when we were separate business unit in our sister company Kemppi. When looking a little bit more details what we are, when looking at delivered charging power, we deliver roughly 80 megawatt hour charging power on end customer daily basis, which is more or less the annual consumption of Finnish houses. We have 2 production sites in Lahti, Finland. We have expanded our capacity from last year 3,000 square meters to 13,000 this year. When looking the amount of employees, we have 260 employees working in 9 countries at the moment. And this is from the end of June this year. Number has, of course, grown now in past few months. We have subsidiaries at the moment in Germany, Netherlands, UK, Norway, France, Spain, and Italy. And as we have communicated, we are now also entering the USA until end of 2023, which include the own assembly there, and of course, whole Kempower operations. Kemppi Group heritage, the technological heritage has been, of course, really important as a basis for our innovation and development in the DC charging business. We made IPO at the end of the last year in December, and at the moment we have around 29,000 shareholders. Then about the DC charging and what's the main differences between DC and AC and what is our position there. So when looking technology-wise, the entering the DC charging market, the barrier is a lot higher than in AC. When you look the AC chargers, which cost few hundred euros as the cheapest, and DC chargers, which can cost hundreds of thousands of euros, that already tells about the complexity which is relating on DC charging. Also, the competition in DC charging that is at the moment less than in AC charging, and also margin levels are better than in AC. That's why we focus more on DC. And of course, the important difference is that when looking the AC charging, always the power from the grid is AC, and in AC charging, the converter is inside the car, when in DC charging, that is inside the charger itself. And the key benefits, of course, to EV drivers in DC charging is the time. So when you're using AC chargers, let's say at your home, you can get in 8 to 9 hours your car fully charged, for example, during the night, if you have 11 kilowatt charger. But in DC charger, you can get it to 30 to 40 minutes, the battery charge to 80%. So that is really big difference. And we don't see the AC and DC to be the competitors to each other. We really see those two complementary. So both has its basis in the market. Then a little bit data from the market. This is the data from European car base and how that is forecasted to evolve or develop from 2020 until 2040. So looking the situation at the moment, European car base is electric between 1% to 2%, and it's expected to electrify to more than 40% in 2040. So massive growth is forecasted in European car base. When looking at the market at the moment and new car registration, it's roughly 10% of European new car registrations are fully electric, and the Norway is of course the leader in Europe, which has around 70% registration rate regarding the electric cars. Important note about this huge growth which is expected, what we have experienced in the past, that always our estimates has been actually the lower than the actual rates what have happened. So at least we haven't been too optimistic in our forecast regarding the market. Little bit then about our main highlights from our latest quarter two. We had, of course, in every angle strong quarter when looking our performance. We updated our strategy, like I mentioned, regarding the USA. So we entered the market only 23 instead of 25, which was our earlier target. And which was also really positive. Basically, our customer base grew in existing customer side, but also we got many new customers. So it was really, really positive for the quarter. Also, like we have communicated, our capacity expansion project proceeded like we planned, and all our production lines in the new facility in Lahti is now open. Also, of course, the challenges what we have is the component shortage. So like we communicated in our H1 report, the availability risk has even increased from the past. We know that some companies comment that the situation has become better, but we don't yet see that. Then a little bit about the numbers. Our audit intake was 55 million for quarter two only, so really strong performance in the sales side. Our revenue grew by 225%, so we reached 21.6 million euros in revenue in second quarter of the year. Our gross margin was 45%, so healthy level also in quarter two, so really happy about that. And like I already mentioned, our headcount was 260 people at the end of June 2022. Then here, a little bit reflecting how quickly we have grown as a company. When looking 2018 revenue, we had 20,000 revenue. And now when we really look the first 6 months of this year, we made 33.2 million revenue. So we actually exceeded in first 6 months the whole last year revenue. So it's really strong performance. And what this has been really positive also in the quarter two is that our rest of the Europe revenue has grown so rapidly. So it's grew 1,264%, and it was already 39% of our whole revenue base. So we really we have targeted in our strategy to expand our business in Europe, so we have really done that. Little bit about our financial targets. We have revenue target to make 200 million revenue between 2025 until 2027. At the same time period, we also target to make 10% operative EBIT margin, and then in the long term, we target at least 15% operative EBIT. Dividend policy, we are not planning to share dividend. We allocate all the capital to company's growth. Regarding the short-term outlook, we slightly refine our short-term outlook. We still see the market positive. We still see the demand for our products positive. But what we did was that we fine-tuned the seasonality part. We don't anymore see the seasonality having that big impact on our quarter four and quarter one revenue. And reason for that was that, like I mentioned, the revenue in rest of the Europe has grown so rapidly. And like I mentioned, we still continue expanding the business in the Europe. And of course, like I mentioned, we are also now entering the US until end of the 2023. Then about the green equity designation. Why did we apply green equity designation? It was a natural step in our growth strategy and especially in the sustainability strategy side. We now are really recognized by Nasdaq as a green investment. So we really hope that the local and global investors now found Kempower as a green company. And it was really great to also see from the assessment that really we are now recognized as a contributor to both the climate change mitigation and also as an important enabler of the 2050 solution in the Europe. Little bit about the green equity outcome. Number-wise, our revenue and capex for 2021 was actually categorized as a dark green, so in the best category. And when looking at OpEx, that was 55% of that was categorized as a medium green. And the comment, of course, which was obvious, that there wasn't enough visibility on our supply chain regarding the OpEx. And this is, of course, something we will also develop and work on to get the better transparency and visibility regarding the supply chain. Regarding the governance and supply chain, a little bit more in details, our governance structure assessment was that it's on good level. What also we have communicated that we will develop the reporting regarding the scope 1 to 3 emissions. So we quite likely do that in our sustainability reporting, what we will publish in the beginning of 2023. And we also aim to implement also this CSRD sustainability reporting directive until end of the 2023. A little bit about our supply chain. What is important there is, of course, to have this short transportation distance, which we have done at the moment. We have most of our suppliers in the near location, even close to our operations in Lahti, which has been, of course, one of our benefits and assets, which has helped us to scale up our business quickly. And it has helped us also regarding these existing component shortage issues. Also, regarding our supply chain, we require all our suppliers to meet the sustainability requirements. We, for example, expect them to follow our code of conduct. Then a little bit more about the sustainability. This is, of course, at the core of our business. When looking at mobility emissions, our charging solution actually got 86% of the mobility emissions in the traffic. So this is quite impactful number. And more we grow, more we deliver that as a company. Also, what we reported from the H1, employee satisfaction and our people is the strongest asset what we have. And we had the eNPS 80, which is really, really great number. Also, when looking at our satellite charging system, this dynamic charging what we have, it's actually maximizing the energy efficiency. There's less idle when looking the operators. They also can sell more energy. So there is green benefits from that, but also business benefits for us and also operator as well. Then shortly about our commitments and targets. We had this 100% carbon neutrality target by 2035. And it includes, for example, to have 100% fossil-free electricity by 2025 in our operations and production. We also have the targets, of course, for our sustainable products. We have 99% end of the lifetime recyclability rate target for our EV chargers, what we actually now fulfill when looking our mobile charger. And the commitment on the 3 is relating on our people. We want to be the #1 workplace for our future professionals. And it includes this high work satisfaction, like I mentioned. And also we want to keep our workplace accident rates in 0. And it also includes the training of personnel for first aid. And that's shortly introduction of the Kempower and also including our green equity designation.
Thank you so much, Jukka. Very interesting. You mentioned a bit in the presentation of the problem with the shortage of components in the electric industry, like semiconductors, for instance.
Yeah.
What can you do to make that easier.
Yeah, we of course have this dual sourcing strategy, so we don't have only one supplier, so we can also use the others. So that is helping in the situation. But of course, the situation is still difficult taking even that into account. And of course, the one perspective for that is that when we are growing as a company, that even creates more challenges on the component shortage. So if we would be kind of on an existing revenue level, it probably would be easier for shortage point of view. But when you grow your volumes, it's of course creates even more challenges to get the needed components into house.
Yeah, and today we have electronic bikes and cars. When will we have trucks and buses more common in the traffic?
Yeah, well, there is already electric buses and also trucks available in the market. Especially in the buses, we have been delivering our charging solutions to biggest bus depots in the Nordics in 2 years in parallel. So that's not that new thing. But trucks is something what we see that is coming next year or latest following. That will be also the big change for the coming years.
Are you planning any marine charging solutions?
I can say that that's interesting segment, but we haven't communicated anything specific regarding that.
Then I will thank you so much for your presentation and your answers to this, Jukka. Thank you.
Thank you.
And in a few minutes, we will move on with the last company for the day. Stay tuned. The time has come to present the last company of today, and that is Castellum. And with me to present, I have their Chief Sustainability Officer, Philip Elland. Welcome, Philip.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to this nice event.
Thank you. Happy to have you. Please go on with your presentation, and then I will connect with you to have some questions.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess many of you may be familiar with Castellum. We are the leading commercial real estate company in the Nordic market today. My name, as said, my name is Philip Elland, and I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer. I've been with the company for many years. I started 2011. I've been working with sustainability, property management, development, management, and so on for all these years. But I would say always with sustainability. And this is me on a normal working day at Castellum. This is how we do it. And as said, Castellum is the leading real estate company, the commercial real estate company in the Nordic market. We are located in Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Finland. So we are located in AAA rating countries, and we have always had a huge sustainability focus. And our I would say, most ambitious target is to be carbon neutral by 2030. And we are also the only Nordic listed company that is included in the S&P Dow Jones Sustainability Index since 6 years back. And it's a big portfolio. So it's 6.3 million square meters of space and a property value as of Q2 of 185 billion Swedish kronor. And we are, of course, listed on the large cap Nasdaq in Stockholm. And the company, which was founded in the last crisis in the 90s, the real estate crisis, I would say, looking back, and me, as I've been with the company for more than 10 years, I would say that it's a totally different portfolio than it was back in 93. But the strategy is more or less the same. We have an ambition and a target to grow by 10% each year. And I would say maybe the two most significant activities throughout this timeline is when we acquired Norrporten back in 2016 and Kungsleden as of last year. So we actually grew by the size of one Wallenstam, if you're familiar with that company, during the last year. So today it's a huge portfolio. And when it comes to sustainability, we also have a huge impact, not just we can change not just our own business, but we can also influence and impact the whole industry. And that is how we see it at Castellum. And as I mentioned, we are the only Nordic listed real estate company on the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. We have a AAA rating in MSCI's ESG rating. And since 6 years back, we are listed as a global sector leader in GRESB in our category. So the best performer. And this is both when it comes to transparency, but of course also when it comes to performance, and I will come back to that. And just 2 weeks ago, me together with our CEO Rutger and our Chief Financial Officer Jens was in New York and actually introduced Castellum as a green equity stock, so which was another very important moment in Castellum's history. So, as mentioned, we have an aim, and we have an aim to be the leading company in the Nordics and the most sustainable commercial real estate company in the European market. So that is what we strive for and where we want to be. And we want to go, as we say, beyond expectations, because to achieve this, we cannot just focus on the walls and the ceiling, what you normally think of when it comes to a building. We have to focus on the people inside the building. So well-being is a huge factor in this as well, and as well as the people in and around the properties that we own. So that is what we aim for. And when it comes to today's theme, what's on sustainability 2022 or 2023 that is approaching us? I would start with maybe some of the challenges of this industry, because there are some, and I would like to also link to that when it comes to our strategy. Because if we look at the World Economic Forum, which I follow quite closely, and their risk session is really, really nice to follow and have some important things that are mentioned, is that if you look back over the last couple of 6 years and look at the top 5 risks, you can see that climate change is more or less the top 5 risks that the world leaders see when it comes to economic growth and when it comes to us as a human species. So this is the most urgent and severe risk we face. And when we look at properties, for example, it's not just about the transition, but also about how we handle and migrate the risk. So we do, for example, a risk or climate risk scenarios for all our properties in our portfolio to migrate from that risk. And looking at the climate transition, 39% of the global energy-related emissions come from buildings. So we have a huge impact. And we are a growing population, at least looking at on an international level. Then, of course, there are some countries that are declining, but still we are a growing population. We demand more energy if we look to 2050, and 100% more space to be built if you look at what is coming. And then, of course, that's maybe not that much in the Nordic market, but of course, it differentiates where you are located on which nation. And when it comes to materials produced, 50% of all worldwide materials that are produced go into buildings. And back down to a national perspective, 60% of the total emissions from this industry comes from the construction and the materials. So from development of space, refurbishment and new construction. So the real challenge is actually the embodied carbon and the impact from that. And looking back, buildings have had a passive usage of energy. And from a national perspective, especially now in this energy crisis, we have set up an energy strategy to move from being a passive user of energy to actually contributing to the national grid. And this is something that we link to our big solar program, the largest one in the Nordics. So we are about to construct 100 major solar installations by 2025. And we are also installing energy storage and batteries linked to our properties. So we can, for example, in the morning when everyone needs electricity, we can actually scale down our usage of electricity so someone else can use it. So we actually contribute to the grid. So this is something that we are doing right now. So looking forward, what is needed from the energy market is more demand of non-fossil electricity and heating, of course, and also to the flexibility market to make that grow going forward. So linking back to our strategy, we have a sustainability agenda with 4 different focus areas. And I will not go through everything because then we will take up maybe the evening as well. So we have the planet and targets linked to that, and future-proofing, how we manage our properties and how we work with our product, well-being and social responsibility. And this is broken down into these targets. So this is on group level. And of course, these targets are also broken down into different business areas, for example, so that every property manager can see their properties and how they are performing linked to these targets. And this is visible all through to the board of directors, to the senior management team and throughout the organization. And you don't want to be the worst performer. So there is a competition, of course, linked to this. And as mentioned, maybe the toughest target is to be carbon neutral by 2030. And we were actually the first company in the Nordic market as a real estate company to have our targets being approved by the Science Based Target Initiative back in 2018. And this is a target that we have broken down into different roadmaps. So we have a roadmap for property management and one for property development, which is, of course, the toughest one. So right now we set up targets for all of our development that they have to reduce the climate impact by a certain percentage, depending on what kind of development it is. But we have also set targets for gender diversity and diversity in general throughout the organization, broken down into the different categories within the organization, because we know that a more diverse team have more creative solutions and are more innovative. And of course, we have targets on circular material, which is maybe the biggest challenge going ahead. So that is something that we use in all of our developments right now. And as of 2030, all of our buildings are to be net zero energy buildings, so an energy performance less than 50 kilowatt hours per square meter year. And you can get these slides afterwards if you want to look more closely at it. But moving ahead, looking what we have done over the last couple of years when it comes to, for example, energy intensity. At the moment, we are about 41% lower than the average building in Sweden. And this is for all of the 6.3 million square meters of space. So the big, huge portfolio. And of course, what makes me what I find quite interesting is when I actually came back from New York last week, and I was with a delegation from the Energy Agency, and we had discussions with property owners in New York, and to help them and support them in their carbon transition, because New York State has set up quite a big project to move to carbon neutrality, and buildings are a huge part of that. And looking at the Nordic portfolio, comparing with, for example, the New York portfolio, where the energy intensity is approximately between 300 to 500 kilowatt hours per square meter year. We also have a lot of knowledge to share from the Nordic countries, which is also something that we could export and, of course, find business from, which is quite interesting. And moving on to certifications, for example, looking at that, approximately 48% of our portfolio is certified, and looking at the value, approximately 60% is certified according to one or two certifications. And you see the solar panels are growing, and this was a program that we have set up just 2 years ago. And as of actually today, we finished 70 solar installation in our portfolio. So it's moving very fast, especially looking at the electricity prices right now. This is also something that we can hedge our price with. And right now, about 7% of our electricity usage comes from our own productions. And the carbon intensity, looking at scope 1 and 2, and this is, for example, company cars, this is electricity, heating usage, and so on. You can see the reduction over time. And I would say that this is not the real challenge of this industry, because all the utility companies in the Nordic markets have transition plans. We will move very close to zero by 2030 is our what we see ahead of us. But when you look at this from another perspective, when we add on our scope 3 emissions, and this include, for example, waste management, this include business travel, all of our materials that we use in development, for example, transportation, construction, and so on. You see that this is where we actually have to do a lot of work going ahead. as mentioned, the real challenge. And you should not look between the numbers of 2020 and 2021. That is actually more or less that now the data is more close to the Nordic market. By 2020, it was European averages. Now it's actually data from each country, so Swedish, Danish, and Finnish or Norwegian emissions for the developments, for example. So climate change is in focus. So to the real question, can we actually build with zero emissions? And this is a very interesting development. And this actually got, last week, it got or achieved the first net zero certification for a building. This is the first police building in the world to actually achieve a net zero carbon certifications. And we have worked with wooden construction, reducing materials used, reducing window sizes, and so on to achieve this. So to actually move to zero emissions or net zero carbon emissions, what we have to do is move from linear use of materials to circular use of materials, reused materials, more wood, for example, slimming designs, reducing volumes of materials. And in the long term, we have to work with carbon capture, storage, and possibly also climate compensation. But what we focus on at Castellum is that we focus on actually reducing. We are not moving into climate compensation. That will be something that we will look at maybe 2025, 2026, or after that, when we have actually a market that works for that kinds of programs. So we are working with actually reducing our carbon footprint, and that is what we should do in this industry, and not buy ourselves free, because in the long run, that will only bite us in the back. So I guess it's time to move over to the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Philip. Very interesting. Okay, so let's see what we can dig out for you here. Building in concrete is very challenging when it comes to the carbon footprint. Is it possible at all to exchange all the concrete with wood, for instance?
I would say that maybe not right now, and especially not for these kinds of high-rise buildings. There are some small homes that could do these kinds of exchange, but there are better concrete, for example, that you can use, more climate-friendly concrete. And also looking at industry when it comes to steel, for example, there is the fossil-free steel that is being worked on and will be delivered by 2026. So the other industries linked to the built environment are working on some very interesting solutions moving ahead. But of course, when we demolish buildings, we should also look at how we can reuse the frame, for example, so we don't do a huge impact, because the frame and the framework and the concrete that is below the ground, that is where the biggest footprint is from a building.
Yes. Are you as a company involved in any research and development when it comes to wood as a building material?
Yes, and as I showed you before, the project development in Örebro, Korsningen, was our first big wood construction. So we are, of course, working closely with in different research papers to see what are the future materials that we should use, and we are also testing a lot of new things when it comes to materials, and also reused materials that is growing and that we see will be a big chunk of the materials that we will use by 2030, for example.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're really impressive what you do at Castellum when it comes to your carbon footprint. What can you do and what do you do together with your peers in your sector?
So as I said, we don't only want to change how we work, we also want to influence the industry. So we collaborate, I would say, on a national basis with other property owners in Sweden. And we have also had a think tank in Europe. So Castellum, together with 6 other of the major properties owners in Europe from different countries. So we have the same business, but we don't compete, so to say. We collaborate on sustainability and innovation. So we get the best practice from each country and try new things.
Do you participate in any of the political arenas to try to influence politicians?
Yes, if you go back, for example, when it comes to solar installation, when we started our program back in 2020, which is the biggest solar program on roof in the Nordics, there have been many discussion and legislation that actually don't incentivize us to construct major solar installations. And me, together with the CEO at that time, we had many discussions with politicians to actually trying to influence and trying to present what we can do and how different legislation stop us. So of course we have to collaborate and we have to show from the private companies what we can do and what hinders us from doing things. And this is also something that we try now that we have the energy crisis, for example. What we need as the property owners, because many of the Swedish and the Nordic companies are located somewhere in our premises, and the electricity bill influence them or impact them quite highly.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Philip, for your presentation and your answers. See you next time, hopefully.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, Ulrika, at Nasdaq, what do you think of the day?
Well, it's really promising for the future to see so many committed companies. And I think there's more companies out there that could also raise the bar and the level and the targets. But eventually and hopefully we will get to the goal of reducing emissions. And yeah.
Exactly. I'm so impressed, the energy and all the new techniques, and we just hope that the step that you have taken also will attract all the capital from investors that all these companies are hoping for as well.
Yes. And we want to thank you for collaborating with us this afternoon. It's been very informative, we think. Thank you all companies that have participated, ABG Sundal Collier, Infront Direkt Studios, and Cicero Shades of Green and Moody's ESG Solutions. And we hope that you found it to be informative and interesting. And from all of the Nasdaq team, we thank you, and until next time.